Hey, all. There's a question that really, just really irking on me right now. The question being is, what's happening with the homeless with this quote unquote outbreak? Does anybody know? Has anybody checked up on any of them? It's a very interesting question to ask. I'm having a good day, House. I'm having a good day, except for this one burning, nagging question. You know, it does make me wonder what's going on with the homeless through this uh, viral infection or virus, whatever you want to call it, that's going on out there. Uh, Seems to me not many people know. Hey, Trump. Hey, Judy. Hey, Page V. Hey, I could be. Um, well, that's all well and good, Paige, but uh, unless they're like opening up like building after building after building, some cities ain't even going to be coming close to being able to house their homeless population. I mean, I agree with you on that page as well. That's been a question I've asked several times as well. We're supposed to be one of the richest countries. Uh, um, we're supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world. We're supposed to be so advanced, but yet we have a huge homeless population. Well, that would be good, Trump. That if they bought out every hotel and motel in the state of California, they might be able to get about half of the homeless population. Well and good. That's at least by keeping social distancing, that would be well and good. That'd be about what they'd be able to probably get housed. I mean, so okay, so that's all well and good too. I could be, but you, me, and everybody else is supposed to stay 6 foot away. Um, I'm sure the old arena ain't big enough to house all the homeless at 6 foot away. You see what I'm saying? All sounds well and good until you start listening to the rules of how we're supposed to deal with this corona. Yeah, we're supposed to stay 6 foot away from each other. Sounds well and good. Homeless ain't just a few hundred people here and there. I, I, that was my next. That was my next question, Paige. Actually, I'm glad you beat me to that. You beat me to that punch. Actually, Paige, I was going to bring up. What about the prisoners? And what about the immigrants? Because there's a lot of people in prison right now. I know they had let out like 500 here in Pennsylvania on furlough. Okay, for that were nonviolent individuals. But that wasn't even a tenth of the nonviolent people in prison. Okay, I mean, here in Pennsylvania alone. So, and I was talking about people being in prison in Florida, okay, for being down there in prison for driving on a suspended fucking license. You know, do they deserve to be trapped into a place that may have coronavirus that they can't get away from and keep the social distancing and all that? You know, I don't think someone driving on a suspended license has that. Okay, Judy. You have a good night too, huh? You know what I mean? It's amazing me. Uh, uh, the uh, the immigrant camps. What about them? And we know there was thousands of people in them immigrant camps. What are they doing with them? And them were so bad at overcrowding that the immigrant camps were so bad at overcrowding that they couldn't even lay down to go to sleep, much less get 6 foot away from each other. What are we doing about all this? These are humans. It, it just, I agree, Paige. I agree. A misdemeanor, nonviolent crime is be locked up for is bullshit. Um, these are all things that I've been thinking about all day long. Do a stream about it. I mean, like I said, if you go to practicing what they say this coronavirus we're supposed to do with this coronavirus and all that, um, it's all well and good to hear that they opened up a stadium. You know, not bitching about that. I think that's a great step, but it's a step because you can't put all the homeless into that spot because they won't be able to social distance themselves. Um, things like that. So I'm just bringing up things that have been on my mind, things like that. And Paige brought up two questions that I was going to ask, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Paige. That I didn't have a chance to get to, but you brought up very valid points, and I was going to bring them up as well. I appreciate that. Well, that's good, Kevin Swim. That Kansas is doing that because right now all the government's shut down, including courts. I mean, so uh, I'm glad they're doing that. I'm glad they're doing that because that'd be sort of stupid to give someone a ticket if the courts, yeah, or if the government was running properly at this point in time, they would have been able to get their license renewed and whatnot. At least they're looking out for that. That's good. Glad to hear that. I know the reason I'm bringing this up is I went to what they called the Rainbow Gathering down in Ocala National Forest, which is one of the biggest gathering of people in the United States that you never get to hear about uh, because these people don't want to be known. They don't want to be heard about. They don't care to be heard about. A lot of them are homeless people. A lot of them are people that chose to be homeless. Some of them chose not to be homeless. But there was over 10,000 in Ocala. That's what they averaged it at. They figured at. And that was 6 years ago that I went to that. Hey, Bruce Davis. That was 10,000 people at that Rainbow Gathering. Hey, GML. So, just really curious about what's going on about them. You know, I like the Ocala National Forest, full of bear, full of deer, full of a lot of beautiful wildlife and some dangerous wildlife. Hey, Big Red, what's up, man?
Doing?
Big
How
Red,
you doing?
what's up?
Just drinking some coffee.
I'm just waking up from a nap, and I'm still trying to really actually get my wits back around me. But I felt like I had to go live and ask the questions about what's going on with the homeless. Uh, what's
Oh,
uh, um, what's going on with these camps where they put these immigrants in? Uh, I mean, hell, it
oh
wasn't
yeah.
too long ago the immigrants were in the news that they were so packed in with each other that they couldn't even lay down on the floor to go to sleep. You know, with you know,
Yeah.
and with this quote unquote bug here, this coronavirus, how's this affecting them? Honestly, they're humans, you know.
Probably. I mean, weren't they worried? Yeah, but weren't they worried about other stuff uh like stuff that during the flu season thing? Like, I mean, I can't remember exactly. What the hell? They were because they were coming from like what South America and stuff, right?
Yeah, some were coming from South America, Colombia, all over from South America up through Central America. Some Mexicans, very few actually from Mexico though.
Huh.
But a lot of Central Americans and South Americans, yes.
Weren't they worried about I mean with the flu and all that kind of stuff, but weren't they worried about other stuff too because that from some of them places that are so dirty. And I'm not saying the people, not all. I mean, you can't just because
I,
they're different, you can't say that they're
I understand the country is a poorer country than what we're used to, and I understand what you're saying. They're
I just can't think of what it was. It was like we started wintertime. I mean, flu. I know this has been going on for a while, Tammy, but
yeah,
was
they
it?
were worried a lot about that. What is that? It starts out as a pain in your neck. I said it a million times because it started out with God dang, what's his name? Freaking Junior,
Right.
um, uh, Bush Junior. Was with the yeah, but yeah, they were worried about it. They were worried about that getting in there. But but yet then you didn't hear no more. You didn't hear they made bigger camps, so they weren't. So at least they could at least lay down. I mean, there were some of them camps that were a lot. You're talking and we lost. I can't hear you, bud. Yeah, your audio's out. There it is.
Yeah. I remember dirty. That's all I remember is
Yeah.
it was something dirty. They were dirty because of where they were put at, and people were pissing, shitting,
Yep.
even by little children and stuff. There, I just can't remember malaria or some kind of something. They were worried about coming from there.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
Just don't
There. Well, you can get malaria just by being in a nasty area. And
right.
problem and the nasty area can be your surroundings at that point in time. Yeah,
Damn, I wish I knew what it was, but I remember they were in bad situations, man, because people were going to the bathroom I mean, right out their tents, or just
yep,
wherever they were at, man. I,
yep, you're
I'm not.
right.
I remember because they were worried about them coming in and bringing whatever it was.
You're right. Could have been typhoid. Could have been any of those.
Well,
But yeah,
whatever
you're right.
it was, and then they're worried about this.
Meningitis. That's it.
Yeah,
Meningitis.
yeah.
That was what I was thinking about as far as the flu. I know they talked about meningitis being. a possibility in amongst the camps.
Right.
Yeah.
And now you're not really here. I mean, I haven't been hearing much because of this.
Right.
Maybe you're here, maybe hearing something else or watching something else that
Well,
I'm just not catching or something.
Well, that's the problem. I ain't heard nothing. I ain't seeing nothing. I want to know. That's why I'm asking. And it's questions I ain't heard many people ask about or say anything about. You know, uh, what is happening to these people that were in camps that were so bad that they were squished together so much they couldn't even lay down in. They were shitting and pissing on each other, things like that. I mean, that what happened with these camps? Have they gotten it to where they aren't doing that no more? Are they? What's going on with the coronavirus with them? Things like that.
You're not hearing nothing because you got all the wacko crazy people that are not wanting to when they tell you to stay and stuff. And what do? I just had over the weekend. They had several thousand from Washington coming down into Oregon, bro, down to the coast because it was nice. And it's not that nobody can't have fun. People just don't want to go fuck the distance. Who cares about 6 feet? Well, I do. And they're getting like they did down in Florida. You remember that last week?
Yep.
Yep. The fucking college kids, thousands of college kids, they did the same exact thing down in the beaches because it was 70 degrees. It was nice. Let's all party. And they're like, we're not going to catch it. We don't think. I'm not going to worry about it. Attitudes. Fuck the 6 feet thing.
Yep. I've seen what you're talking about there too.
Well, we're locked down as of 12:01 last night. So.
Yeah, same here. The only reason I'm able to get out is I work as an essential at an essential place.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sweet, man.
Yeah, they take away everybody's booze and their liquor here, and so they have withdrawals and go out and kill people. So and then after they kill everybody, they hand them a candy bar and say, "Here, be happy about it."
There you go.
Basically,
You can't have a glass of. You can't have a glass of wine, no liquor shots, because we told you to stay. Here, have a Hershey bar. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is what's going to really happen is people already defined. Well, wait now.
That's something that I did look up though. Kevin Swim. They haven't talked about the homeless this time. They were talking about the homeless when the swine flu was coming. They were talking about the homeless when the bird flu was coming. You see what I'm saying?
I heard something here, Tammy. They were gonna open up downtown. I think it's the Civic Center or something. Spaced out. I don't know how many exact people, but they're gonna. That's just one spot.
Yep.
That's
what I'm getting at.
There's no way they're going to be able to spread them out 6 feet. There's no way.
Mm-mm.
That place isn't that big, so I don't know what they're going to do.
That's what I was getting at. I mean, are they going to start rounding them up and throwing them on these FEMA camps that they are starting to open?
They might. I guess.
That's what I'm worried about.
Well,
or them.
But what else would they go? You got to be off the street, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
And I remember you talking about that yesterday. And the sad part about it is, okay, I get people of this thing. People want to go do stuff. They're like hell with it. But all right, not everybody and not all of us have a place to stay. So when you're somebody like you're talking about the homeless, Tammy,
Yeah.
you ain't got nowhere to go. So either you go here, or you go to one of these camps. Like I just that you know what that just sounds like death to me.
Yeah, me too. And that's what I'm worried about for them, believe it or not. And yes,
Unbelievable.
the reason is they're human beings just like you and me. I had a very good friend that lived down there in Dixie County. And he lived out in the woods, and he was homeless as homeless could get out. Okay, he didn't have shit. He lived out in the woods. He was a Vietnam vet, and he couldn't reintegrate.
Oh yeah.
Okay, he just couldn't reintegrate. So he lived out in the woods. Okay, what are they gonna what are they gonna do with him? Are they gonna round him up? He ain't hurting anybody. As a matter of fact, he removed himself from society to keep from hurting people. He knew he had the possibility of doing it, and he
Probably
didn't
will.
want to take the chance or have the ability to do it. So he removed himself from society, made himself homeless. Are they going to round him up and then what? Because he was a good guy, he'd give you the shirt off his back and everything else, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you see those, those vets out there, they get mistreated like shit anyway. So I mean, society is gonna probably, not give one shits.
Yes, Jay Johnson, they are allowing people to take leave if they feel as though they need to take leave, or if they have children that they see. A lot of them that are taking leave right now at our work is people that have children that would be in daycare or something like that right now. Um, they're the ones taking off taking off mostly now at our place. It hasn't doing anything with the quarantine or anything. They just have no place to have their kids because of the quarantine. So they can't even take them over to their mom and dad's or over to their friends or whatever, because the way it's set up right now, it's to and from work, and that's it, people. You see, and that's what they're doing to us right now here. So these people are needing to take the time off so they can be with their kids instead of leaving their 9 and 10-year-old kid at home by themselves. So that's what's going on mostly at our work right now. But yes, if they need to quarantine or something like that, yes, they are letting them off of work and letting them do what they need to do. And they are working with them if they're working with them on all that and things like that. So, but they also have a union there that won't let them get messed with. Go ahead, Salty.
How's it going today? How's everybody doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I just, all day I've been thinking about the homeless, the immigration camps and all that. I've been wondering about them, with this coronavirus. Not many people have been talking about that or saying anything about it. I ain't sure in hell ain't heard the news talk about it.
Well, I don't watch the mainstream news because it's fake news, in my opinion. They just spread fake shit around all the time, trying to encourage people to worry and be all uppity about, I know the coronavirus is real. I know that a person like myself with a depleted immune system, it's probably far easier for me to catch the coronavirus, but there are certain ways and steps that I'm trying to prevent catching the coronavirus since, quote unquote, I'm considered essential personnel and must report for work. My hands 30 seconds each and every time. If I can wear a medical mask and or rubber gloves, I tend to do that. Okay. And basically, I minimize my contact with humans, anyone and everyone.
Right. But what about the people that can't, like these people that are homeless, these people that are in these camps where the immigrant camps, the people that are in jail for misdemeanors for like driving on suspended licenses and things like that? What about those people?
Tammy, they kicked out 1,000 here where I'm at. So
Well, they kicked out a little over 500 here, but that ain't even 1/10 of the freaking prison population of nonviolent prisoners.
I heard that in the city of Philadelphia that the police chief said that they will not be answering calls of burglaries and other such lower crimes, and that if you do get caught, you're just going to get a ticket and a slap on the wrist and send on your way.
Oh,
It's
wow.
open. It's open season on the citizens. And, I know that the police departments are overwhelmed, and I get that, but you can't allow any bit of crime to go unchecked, unscathed, and unmoderated. I mean, it seems like we are in the purge, like that movie, The Purge,
Yep.
and its subsequent sequels seem to be something that was made to maybe make us aware, and it feels like to me and others that the purge has been set upon us. I mean, but I know that's far-fetched, but when you think about what the government is doing now, trying to control everything outside its purview, trying to tell people not to gather up, workout centers, gyms, stuff like that are closed. When you go to the grocery store, you got to be 6 feet apart. I went to the bank on Friday to cash my check, and I literally had to go through the drive-through, and it was such an egregious process of going through the drive-through. It was much better than standing in line 6 feet apart and only allowing one person into the bank at a time. But here's the thing. People at the banks are sitting behind plexiglass, like supposed bulletproof plexiglass.
Yep.
So I'm like, what in the actual fuck, right? But they're making it really crazy, and they're acting like everybody is infected with the fucking virus, when in fact most people are not. So what I've been doing is I've been looking at a different platform with which to talk about the coronavirus, and I have been uploading podcasts because I'm currently doing a podcast for the Salty Rant, quote unquote, trying to get a message to the masses.
Oh yeah. Nasty.
Was that rain I was looking at, Big Red?
Yeah. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
Nice big old puddle coming in.
Yeah, look at that.
Talk about fucked up, huh?
Yep, sure is, man.
It is, man.
But yeah, these homeless people, I actually worry about them. I'm worried about these people that have no recourse or anything else of where they can go. Like I agree. It's great they're opening the civic centers, they're opening the domes and things like that. But hell, let's take the Superdome in Louisiana. If you tried to house the homeless population in the Superdome, you wouldn't have enough freaking room to do it. And keep social distancing.
Well, not only that, when you get a large group of people together, you also got to worry about the criminal element preying on certain individuals because, well, you put a lot of people together, there are going to be those people that are going to be singled out as being weak and victimized. You don't want that to happen, but it's going to happen more often than not.
Mm-hmm.
Of the homeless situation, I do know some homeless people that are former veterans of the military, and they can bivouac anywhere. They have the skills with which to go ahead and go into the tree line, if you will, away from everyone,
right,
and do what they need to do. But not all the homeless have that skill.
Yeah, I was
not all
say,
the homeless.
The majority of the homeless can't. They
Correct.
have the skill. They have the skill to go be able to be close to a city and be outside the city, but they still need to be going into the city to get what they need. They have that skill. But as far as or what they think they need, let's put it that way. And as far as actually having the skills to survive out in the woods, a lot of them don't. And I'm just wondering if they're going to be some of the first ones rounded up. And then I'm wondering if they're just going to be some of the first ones that going to be rounded up, sent to the FEMA camps. And then we're going to actually see what the FEMA camps are truly about. And that's what scares me for them. You know, just saying. Because, they believe the homeless people don't have people that care about them. You know, when there's stories there for a long time were coming out almost every day about people looking for their family members and finding them on the street, like in Los Angeles, finding them on the street in St. Louis, finding them on the street in New Orleans, finding them on the street in Tampa, things like that, as homeless people. And that's where they found them. Hey, big head, small body. So you see, that's what I'm just concerned about with that. People will say I'm a conspiratist or I'm wrong about our government, whatever. But I hate to say it, told you so to a lot of people.
Well, I can tell you it's a real world concern for sure. I almost wish that I could be one of the ones to stay at home and get that paycheck so I can fight this viral infection I got going on in my lung. But I don't have that opportunity. And just like everyone else, I have bills that have to be paid every month. So I minimize my contact with other people. I wear the protective gear whenever possible. And I stay to myself. Now, when I have to drive a company vehicle, a patrol vehicle, I will go in with my rubber gloves and my mask on, and I will wipe the shit out of that car. Because I don't know who drove it before me.
Supposedly, the government's going to give you $1,000 check. Well, $1,000 for a month, buddy. You're guys supposed to live on $1,000 for a month, buddy.
That ain't gonna work.
Nah. Very few people can do that.
Put up their government ass. How's that?
Yep.
The office at the trucking company where I work at night,
yep,
is closed because of the coronavirus. So when people have to sign in to get their loads, they can no longer sign in. They're doing something different, but I don't have contact with anybody at this point.
They're probably doing like what Prime's doing right now. They put a new program out on the inboard computers that Prime has. Prime is not going to any office buildings at all. Their drivers are literally, when they're doing loads, they're doing it now through all through their computers.
Yeah, well, like I said, the homeless people are the ones that I worry the most about, like you do, because they're the first ones on the front line to get grabbed up. Yep. We don't know that the FEMA camps are going to be some great conspiracy against the homeless. I mean, but we don't know. Mm-hmm. We won't know until we know. But all the fear mongering and all the conspiracy theories don't help the matter anymore.
Yep. That's why I'd like to have. That's why I'd like to have some true accounts of what's going on with the homeless. And people if people were capable and able to keep an eye on the homeless in their area, see if any of them start disappearing, things like that. For weird circumstances, they just poof, things like that.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from. The homeless people have been deemed no people by most of society, always have been. Yeah. But I know that there are those few homeless people, veterans and others, that know how to get in and around and know how to stay off the grid, so to speak. Yeah. And those are the ones that are going to be out there in the farthest reaches away from everyone else, trying to make a living off the land, if you will, surviving. And I got to give those people a lot of credit.
Yep.
But not all the homeless are capable of doing that, because let's face it, we're all different people. We all come from many different walks of life. If you had to go out in the forest and survive, I believe that you and Black Matter and others would be able to do that. I would not. I don't have that knowledge.
That's
Plus,
where people like me and you, or me and Black Matter, would teach y'all, and you better learn it quick though.
right, and I agree, but here's the problem. I have to have certain medicines because of my type 2 diabetes. If I stop taking those medicines, well, shit. I either start to get healthy or I start to turn tank for the worst.
Right. If you're right.
I know I'm probably going to be one of the first casualties if it really gets hard, but I'm not going to worry about it. Just like I went to the store the other day and they were getting all crazy about keeping people 6 feet apart. It's crazy to me. I'm like, we live in uncertain times. I get it, but I think the way that some people react to it is just fucking wrong. There's a lot more hype, I see, than actual care and common sense. And a lot of it has to do with the social media, the newscasts. That's why I don't watch my local newscasts. I don't watch nightly newscasts, because it's all propaganda, hype, and bullshit, in my opinion.
Right.
I go find my news from other sources on the internet.
Yeah.
I heard that San Diego County a couple days ago was starting to put out notices saying gun stores should be closed because, quote unquote, they are not essential businesses to be open during this time of need.
Right.
And, when people start buying up guns for fear of something like this, you got to wonder what's really going on in the minds of the public. This was like the Y2K scare back in 2000. Supposedly all the computers were going to shut down. Mm-hmm. When I lived back in Las Vegas, I know of many gun stores that had lines wrapped around the store 2 and 3 times, long, all the way around the building. And guns were flying off the shelves, handguns, rifles, shotguns, ammo. Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with people hoarding supplies. What I have a problem with is people going in and trying to buy more than a business will allow. What I have a problem is people going out and buying food, putting it in their cart like at a Walmart, okay, and then letting the food spoil because they don't have the money to pay for it, so they drop it in a clothing aisle. And then now, if you don't get it back to the area where it needs to be chilled, within 20 minutes, it's deemed no good. That's wasteful. That's what I have a problem with. And there's a lot of bogarts in society. Yeah, that's right. I said the word bogart. A lot of dumbass people believe in this media hype and bullshit when all they got to do is take a few precautions. Wear rubber gloves and a mask. If you have disinfectant wipes, use your disinfectant wipes. If you go to the bathroom, wash your fucking hands. Spend 30 seconds washing your fucking hands, ladies and gentlemen. Common shit like that. I'm taking 4,000 plus milligrams of vitamin C daily, helping to build my immune system. Okay? Because I know that I have a lowered immune system. And it's because of my diabetes that I have this lowered immune system. I don't want to be a casualty. If I can go ahead and do the basics and not get the coronavirus, then why can't everybody else do it and stop acting like fucking pansies? And
I ain't saying that. I ain't got no problem with that. But there are people out there, you're getting off my topic, and that is they can't.
They can't because they don't want to, or they rebel because of change.
How can a homeless person do it, Salty?
A homeless person can't do that because a homeless person doesn't have access.
That's what I'm talking about. There are people out there that can't do exactly what you're saying. And that's what concerns me about the homeless. And that's why I'm talking about the homeless.
And I agree with you 100%. But there are those in the homeless community that can do some different things. And they probably...
they're a minority in their group.
I know. They are.
Very big minority. in their group. So and that's and believe me, I'm sure them people have already probably hit the woods. If you want to know the truth.
Yeah, and we were talking about like the FEMA camps is not a new issue. It's an older issue. It came out around Y2K. There were films all over the internet about the plastic coffins being shipped on rail cars to FEMA camps being set up. I'd like to think on one hand that the government is really out there truly trying to help its citizens. But on the other hand, because our government has been involved in so many dastardly deeds, so many black op programs, just crazy scenarios and shit, right? You gotta wonder what's really fucking gonna go on with these homeless people.
Right.
Are they gonna be given fucking treatment, or are they gonna be put into a death camp, a virtual death camp?
Right.
And what's to say that you or I won't be put in the same death camp?
Right. I agree. I won't be, because they'll kill me before I go to one. I promise you. They will kill me.
I don't want to die.
I ain't going to one.
I don't want to die, but if I had to take a choice between going to one of those camps and suffering, I think I would just take the bullet.
Yeah, same here. And John Birch, I got a question. You said maybe they're doing this to help the homeless population. Can you explain how a virus that's unleashed on people that kills people is to help the homeless? And could you explain to me, by only opening up minimal areas where they can't even practice what the government's saying to practice, and that is social distancing of 6 feet? It's impossible for them to do. So can you explain to me how this would be a help for the homeless? Sounds more like it'd be a help for a society that hates the homeless.
Meaning globalists.
Yes. That's what it sounds like to me. It would help them by removing what they consider a parasite on society. I don't consider them parasites, though.
The homeless have always been looked down on society as no people anyway. Like they don't matter because they're homeless. They don't get a vote. They don't get a voice. They don't have a job. They don't have a living. They don't have an income. They don't have a house. So many no's in the lives of homeless people that they're being overshadowed. They've always been overshadowed.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Gates, if he is responsible for this, he needs to be held accountable.
Yeah.
His company is the one that created the coronavirus and is responsible. Why the fuck isn't he in jail? Why isn't he standing charged? Why isn't he getting a death sentence? Seriously. Just goes to show you the corruption within our.
Why ain't he charged with global war crimes?
Exactly. But when you and I say that, we sound like the little people that wear tinfoil hats, right? I mean, come on.
Right. Yeah, because he's a globalist and he freaking has billions and billions of fucking dollars. So we can't talk about him like that.
We can, but we probably shouldn't.
Well, that's what people think, even. Okay, you aren't supposed to talk about that. He's a great man. He's got billions of dollars. Oh my God, how can you talk about such a great man that brought us all this computer knowledge and all this computer shit and everything else? How can you talk about this great man that way? There's literally people that feel that way, and that's sort of messed up. Okay, so I got billions of dollars. It's damn well okay for me to kill 100,000 people a day, or whatever it is going right now, or whatever it is, 1,000 people a day, whatever. 30,000, whatever a day.
But I think the numbers are being fucking manipulated and blown way out of proportion myself. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think we've ever been told the truth by our government, and I can guarantee you places like China are padding the numbers.
I can guarantee you ain't seen nothing from China that's correct. Okay. It's like they showed a video of 30 30 medical workers getting on a bus. God only knows where they're going. They didn't show where they were going. Okay. They didn't tell where they were going either. But and then it was only 30 of them. But they said 300 or 3,600 3,600 of them back to the big cities because from Wuhan or whatever, however you say it, Wuhan or whatever, China, they only had one confirmed case of coronavirus left in there. So they sent these 3,600 medical people back to their big city medical areas. They didn't say exactly where, whatever. But you see, that's China's propaganda. Let's show 30 of them getting on a bus to go across the town, or go down the road from the town to go check out and say, "Oh, we sent 3,600 of them home." No, and Chinese propaganda has been that way for a long time.
Yeah, but you got to look at the mainstream media and their propaganda in the United States. They don't speak on the truth. They're fake news.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Somebody said, though, that something about Trump trying to do something else and using the coronavirus as an excuse to go ahead and, I don't know, fucking stop something that the Clintons put into play that Obama was a part of. I'm not sure, but a lot of conspiracy theories going on the internet right now. It's hard to believe anything of what you hear. You know, are people dying from the coronavirus? Sure. Was it man-made? Absolutely. Was it patented and made in a lab? Yes. Why? It was made to kill people. How it got loose in China? There's many speculations on that. Supposedly our government was there to do a trade or a buy-off. Somehow it went wrong. People got shot. The virus got dropped and released. Why in China? Why was it in China in the first place? Why wasn't it in America under the protection and cover of where it was supposed to be? How did it get?
Honestly, I think if you want to know the truth and how I think about it, China said "fuck you" to Trump when he put it. I think this is what happened. Trump put out his deal, and they said "fuck you," we ain't gonna take your deal, and that was their consequences for not taking the deal, and that's why it started in China.
You could be correct. We could be totally off base too.
But that's how I feel about it. And
Right.
a lot of people don't. I've never heard anybody say that, but that's how I feel about it.
Right. And here's the thing about living in the greatest country in the world. We have the right to believe whatever the fuck we want. If we want to believe that aliens and spaceships crashed into a fucking volcano 2,000 years ago and got out and started impregnating fucking Earth females, and then they started calling themselves the Church of Scientology or whatever the fuck, or the Bible after Jesus Christ died, he came across to the Americas and the Mormons and all that. We have the right to believe in whatever the fuck we want, whether it's true, correct, or pure fucking fantasy. That's what makes America the greatest fucking country in the world. We have the ability to believe and carry out our beliefs. You can't do that in most countries. You either do what they tell you, or you get the butt of a gun, or you get lined up and you get shot and thrown in a fucking ditch. That's what makes America great, in my opinion. We have the religious freedoms and the freedoms to believe in fucking pure nonsense if we choose to.
What about the Mormons, Sunflower?
What I may call pure nonsense.
What did you say about the Mormons, Lou?
What did I say?
Yeah, Sunflower Sky wanted to know what you said about the Mormons.
The Mormons believe, according to, like, if you believe mainline Christianity, where Jesus Christ died on the cross and then 3 days later he was resurrected, well, the Mormons believe that that's when Jesus Christ came across to the Americas and came to them and started the Book of Mormon. Now, if you're a mainstream believer in Jesus Christ, like most people are, and you believe in the Old Testament, the New Testament, and one Bible, you're certainly not going to believe in Mormonism. What I'm getting at is, living in America, we can believe whatever the fuck we want to believe, how ridiculous it might seem for other people's religions. Everyone has a right to believe and do whatever the fuck they want, the right to happiness.
Well, not everyone, because
Well,
over half of the Native American religions and beliefs and practices are still banned by the government today.
okay. Well, I don't know about the Native Americans, so thank you for bringing that up. You bring a good point there. But what I'm saying is, you know, this is a country that we live in. So if we want to believe that our government is trying to wipe us out because the globalists, the billionaires, the rich to do people like Bill Gates want to live in their underground bunkers and hoard food and weapons and medicines and all that, we can believe that. Nobody's putting a gun to our head saying, fuck you, you can't believe that. It's not like communist Russia or socialist Russia or all these other places in the world that never would allow in
See,
democratic version of religion.
That's another thing I have a question about. Why ain't we hearing about Russia and their problem with this?
Well, because everyone supposedly is having a problem with it. But again,
yeah, but hold on, Salty. You misunderstood. I said, why are we not hearing about Russia and their problems with this?
Because no one's reporting on it, allegedly.
Right. Where is it? They got social media. They got everything. Did they do a social media lockdown on it? What?
I don't know. Maybe they did. Why?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you know, the coronavirus is affecting everyone on the planet. Every country, every nation, every town, every city, every province, everywhere. Most states are going to lockdown. People that live in Los Angeles County say that they have a lockdown currently in effect. You're not supposed to be on the streets. You're not encouraged to be on the streets.
Right. You're actually discouraged by major penalties and fines.
Correct. First time you break it, $10,000. Second time, you go to jail.
Yeah, that's here in Pennsylvania. Others have said $999. I've heard all sorts of different things as far as the penalties and things like that.
You know, so I mean, it's like it's crazy. It's crazy everywhere, you know. And I think it's the government trying to control the people. Honestly,
yeah.
Why would the government?
That's what it's coming down to.
And if the government knows better than its people, why can't they share with us what they know? We should be able to know what they know, right?
Right.
We should be able to take the safeguards and put safeguards in place in our daily lives. You know, that's like when a cop stops you and he can't get your identification because you're not doing anything wrong. And then he tries to further chastise you. Well, don't be walking down the street. I don't want to see you get hit. Hey, I don't want to hear that. I'm responsible for myself. You're not responsible for me. You're not responsible for my safety. You know, it seems like the same typical bullshit day in and day out, just more on a global scale.
Wouldn't that be interesting, John? Wouldn't that be interesting?
What's interesting?
Don Birch said that Mormons believe that Native Americans are the real Jews. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Crazy, but you know. Anyway, that's why I've been going to a podcast format as of late. I've been trying to do podcasts and bring it to my channel, The Salty Rant.
Jason, Zeus, any of y'all, you're all welcome up here on my panel. That's why that StreamYard link is out there. Y'all are welcome up here. Yeah, Jay Johnson, any of y'all. That's what they're saying about Iran. But Iran ain't too good at giving out numbers either. Hey, Too Tall, what's up, buddy?
Hard dicks and helicopters.
What's up, Too Tall?
Yep, hard dicks and helicopters. Yep, that sounds
How
about
you
right.
doing?
I'm doing pretty good right now.
I just seen y'all live. Thought I'd pop in and say hi. What's
Right.
going
Well, hello.
on today?
I was just talking about, not many people are talking about the homeless people. Not many people are talking about the Mexican internment camps where they're keeping the immigrants. No one's talking about the prison population, and what this coronavirus can bring to them. It's supposed to be bad for public that can be social distanced up to 6 feet. What about these people that can't social distance? You see what I'm saying? Or even the homeless populations.
What about the hookers and the strippers?
The what?
Hookers and the strippers.
Well, that would fall probably more towards a lot of the homeless population and all that. Yeah,
we're doomed.
Well, I worry about them people, honestly.
Yeah,
because,
I mean,
and I would like if basically what I'd like to see is if you have the ability, do it. But if you'd have the ability, keep an eye on some of the homeless. Make sure they ain't just disappearing and going poof out of no reason. You know what I mean? Things like that, because they're going to be some of the first that go bye over this damn corona shit and go to bad places because they're not considered human. Basically, they're considered less than human. They're subhuman by the government. That's the point I'm getting at. I'm not saying by people, but by
the homeless population will be experimented on.
I believe the homeless is going to go disappearing and going away because they're going to say, "Oh, these people, they're spreading this corona. They're the reason." And then they're going to disappear, and then we're going to see what's going to happen. The truth in some of these places that people laugh about and say nothing about anymore.
If you watch some of the cop watchers and stuff, I got friends out in LA that they're doing their part to look out for the
hungry.
I wouldn't exactly call them hungry. I homeless. I just call them hungry. But
yeah, I worry about them type of people. I really do. I mean, it's a concern to me.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason Goddard, what's up, buddy?
How'd you know that was me?
I just took the chance.
I still got questions.
Listen to them.
Damn, Gage, you got your microphone fixed finally, for fuck's sake.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
So how's the coronavirus hitting over by you, Jason?
Well, there's 3 confirmed cases. Everything's doing good in this province.
That's good. At least
stuff's shut down. Schools are shut down, and everybody's doing what they should be doing during these times. Sorry, Tal, what was you saying?
I've just been staying home, doing what I do best, and even less of that. But I'll tell you what, hell, I had some country ham and potato soup that I made up, and I had that for lunch. And I had one of them brownies I made last night. I made some brownies. Did 4 grams to a box and put about a 1/4 pound of bacon. And instead of using oil, I used bacon grease and butter mixed half and half.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, man. Good. That was good.
Damn it,
Any way
man, that
you can
sounded
send me
good.
some brownies, too tall? Any way you can send me some brownies?
Yeah, really.
Well, no.
No, you got the wrong thing swinging between your legs for Too Tall to send you brownies. Ain't that right, Too Tall?
I'm gonna say only certain girls that I know on YouTube know that the back door is left unlocked.
There you go.
That's
See,
fucked up.
you got a Heshwa. That ain't gonna work.
Now,
Well, I could say he's sending them to my wife. She's got the right parts.
just hey, yeah, you'll have to drop a message, baby. Send pictures of the old lady too.
No problem. Let me go to Pornhub. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I've seen her there already.
Yep.
Oh man,
Kill me, Rob.
Y'all
Oh,
cracking
shit.
me up. Y'all cracking me up, man.
I did have one of them quarantine brownies comas, man. It was like fuck. I thought about
Coma
calling
brownie,
an ambulance. I thought about calling an ambulance, but I sit up there and I just seen one drive down the street. I'm like, oh fuck.
They're too busy.
They done hauling one away. Hell, I sit there. I think it was Monkey 83 did a video up last night. He was at a stop and they had one lady, I don't know if she was shoplifting or coughing at the grocery store, Walmart or something. But oh my God, the police, the first responders, the ambulance, all of them look like in them zoot suits, hazmat suits. It's like, fuck, is this some shit from ET or what,
It was fucking alienating. I seen that. It
Well,
was
I got to see one of the ambulances up close and personal at work today when I went in. Depending on the call of what they're getting right now, at least here, and I talked to the EMTs that were in the ambulance. It depends on, like, if someone slips and falls and hurts themselves, they're not putting the suit on. Okay. But if they get a call for someone that's coughing and hacking, they look like something, like you said, something out of fucking some space alien just walked off the fucking moon or
ET,
some shit.
2 letters, ET.
Yep. Yeah. That's it. ET.
It's like some ET shit coming to town. We're taking you away.
Yeah.
I am Don, said hi, Lou.
It was a while back when my throat was fucking up and I went into the hospital. I mean, this is when they were just talking about who on and stuff. And I said, I made that little comment with the nurses, I don't know, my throat's kind of bothering me and stuff. And, I said something about, I don't know. I told her, I said, I bought some of that Bordella of beers because I heard about this coronavirus and didn't know if it was in the beer. And so I drank 2 of them Bordellas with my pizza, and now I'm here. And then she's like, okay, and she's going to be back in a minute. And she come back. She's got the hair thing on. She's got a mask on. She's got glasses. She's got the rubber gloves. It's like, oh, fuck, what did I say? I was like, man, I done screwed up. Yeah, and the next thing I've seen in my head was, they're going to have me in a little fucking room with a tent and all that type of shit, just like E.T. Like, I done fucked up.
Kill me.
I thought I was just going to need it. I tell you, next time I go to the doctor, I put my phone in my pocket and I'm turning it on.
Please do.
I did that the other day when I went to the grocery store. Oh my! You should have seen this redhead in there. She was even coughing, talking about quarantine and coughing and the virus and stuff. She's pretty hot, man. And like, damn, if I were a younger man, she'd been in trouble. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Y'all ought to take your cameras when you go out shopping and stuff. And, just put a telephone in the pocket and go walking through the store and start coughing and walking around. And, can you give me some of that Kool-Aid up there on that? I can't reach that up there.
Fuck that, I'll be asking you, Too Tall. I can't reach that shit, I'm short.
Oh, no, I'm sitting around this one that I'm sitting down in one of them getting around chairs at Walmart.
Oh God, he's sitting down in one of the little go-kart thingies.
Yeah.
Mammy says hi to y'all, by the way.
Mammy.
Hello, Mammy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's how, I mean, hey, you got to work with what you got, hey, you can pick up a lot of chicks with them little buggies. Can you reach me that brownie mix up there, please?
Hey,
Oh, you make brownies? Oh, yes,
competent
ma'am,
cheap.
I make brownies.
I hate to
You
tell
know,
you, too tall, competent cheap Phil is not the same as picking up the girl and picking up a girl.
what now?
I said competent cheap Phil is not picking up a girl.
Oh, no, as soon as them girls hear I'm making brownies, I got their phone number. They're coming over,
Oh,
bringing pizza and shit, man.
I got you. I got you. Yes, that's the way to do it. Yes, I wish that.
You know,
I wish I had the ability to make the brownies you're making. Because
oh, yeah, well, I mean, you go to prison for them cheap girls. It's like, hey,
yeah,
when it comes to women, I'll tell you one thing. Always leave them wanting more.
always leave them wanting more. Hell yeah,
If
and then
you
they'll come back.
get everything you want, you're fucked.
Hey, Ottatron, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Ottatron?
Girl, says, honey, I need a Coca-Cola. You come back with an orange soda.
I'm sorry, this is all I got. I'll get you the Coke later. Come back later.
Leave them wanting more and leave them thinking you have the ability to do better. You'll be all
Yep.
right.
Yep.
You do what Salty does, man, and you're whipped. You're shaving your legs. You're sitting when you pee. Salty,
Really?
he does. Salty's been had. He done. Yeah.
You think I shave my legs because I don't have any hair on my legs? Really?
What?
Well,
Said,
you
think
do.
I shave my
You
legs?
have said you shaved your pubics.
I think the old lady done had you off to the parlor getting waxed and dipped and flipped and things.
Hey, I don't mind getting dipped and flipped and waxed. I mean, I like to keep my nether regions soft and smooth, baby. So when a woman goes out on me, she don't get hair in her teeth.
Oh,
Man bush is not attractive.
hey, it's real love when your wife or your significant other will team up with you to get the pubic hair out of your teeth.
Now I tell you what, these girls
Just
in
take
Kansas,
it out and put them on the dresser.
them girls here in Kansas, they just think them dookie hairs are dental floss.
Well, I'm glad I live in a civilized state. Fucked up, but civilized.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, if Joe Cool is out there just lurking, I want him to look up a song because this song, as soon as I fucking heard it, reminded me of him. And it's called "The Devil Went Down to Jamaica."
Oh boy.
You need to listen to this shit. I'm gonna play a part of it. It
You want me
also
to bring it up?
sort of puts me in mind of Too Tall Rob in a way too. So just saying.
Devil went down in Jamaica.
The devil went to Jamaica, went down to Jamaica. Yes.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Is this right here? You want me to play it? I got screen share if you want, Tammy.
Yeah. Don't play it all, but play some of it. Yeah.
It's your show. You tell me when and what.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Or I can do it.
You gotta push a button.
Hold on. Hold on.
You talk about David Allen Cole?
Yes.
Yeah, that's only 2 minutes. Let me check for copyright information stuff.
Yeah, I'd hate for your stream to get hijacked again, Tammy,
Yeah, true.
Yeah, no, it's not licensed or anything, so I think you're good.
All right. Cool.
Now, let me clarify, but go ahead.
There it goes.
I've got it on the screen ready to go. That's going to sound terrible.
Oh, you got it? Okay, I'll put it up.
Yeah. I say David Allen Cole, and I'm seeing nothing in regards to license. So let's roll that beautiful bean footage. And
Now tell me if this song don't remind you of Joe Cool.
is that audio okay?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Jamaica, he was looking to sell some weed. He was doing fine. They were standing in line. It was excellent weed indeed. When he came across this young man who was likewise peddling pot, and the devil slid down the beach to the kid and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. I guess you kind of figured I'm a reefer head, of course. And after all this time, I guess that I'm a connoisseur of sorts. Now, your stuff smells okay, but this could tranquilize a horse. I'll bet $1 million in cash against your stash because I think mine's better than yours." The boy said, "My name's Johnny, and you ain't smoked nothing yet. One hit of this grass will kick your ass. You got yourself a bed. Johnny, roll a ball of hash and make sure it's the bomb, because the devil's got the kind of stuff they smoked in Vietnam. You'll get $1 million smackaroos in cash if you can cope, but if you can't, they'll get your dope." The devil packed a bong with a little Acapulco gold, and resin flew from his fingertips as he fired up his bowl. He filled that chamber all the way, and he took a mighty hit. As they passed it back and forth, it gave them both a coughing fit. Damn. When the bowl was finished, Johnny said, "Hey man, that stuff was great, but fill your lungs with some of this and prepare to vegetate. Cannabis sativa, sweet Mary Jane. The devil's in the backyard frying brains. Zigzag filled with a diggity dank. Hold on tight, it'll hit you like a tank." The devil nodded off because he knew that he was owned, and he asked if he could buy an ounce of the stuff that Johnny owned. Johnny said, "Devil, just come on back if you ever want to catch a buzz. I done told you once, you son of a bitch, mine's the best there ever was." And they fired up doobies one by one. Ain't it gonna stop till the bag is done. Green as a bullfrog, sticky as glue. Granny, do you get high? Yes, I do.
There you go. Now, if that don't remind you of freaking Joe Cool, I don't know what would. What does? Joe Cool and Too Tall fits them perfectly.
I've never wanted to smoke weed more than I do now. God damn.
I don't know about any coleslaw there, Cardinal. I ain't much on coleslaw recipes. All I know is you take a bunch of freaking cabbage, you take a bunch of carrots, you put it in a freaking blender thingy, throw some mayonnaise, throw a little bit of sugar. And my mom always used just a tiny pinch of cinnamon in hers and mix that shit all together. It turned out pretty damn good. That's all I know.
Hey, Too Tall, what do you do with all your old roaches when you burn them down to stubs? You pack them in a bowl, or what do you do?
Oh, I agree, Bruce. I agree.
You're muted, by the way.
Too Tall, you're muted and you got to ask the question, bud.
I couldn't say what I heard.
What do you do with all your roaches when you burn them down to nothing? You take them and put them in a bowl and fire them all up? Make sure there's waste not, want not?
No, I dump my ashtray. My neighbor Frank, I give him my buds. He likes them a lot. I made him a little deer antler thing, so you just take my little bud, put it in there. You know, that way he did me for some, you know. He ain't got no money, but you know, just help him out, throw some buds. You know, yeah, Frank, you know. You used to talk about taking care of the homeless the other day when I made that tater and ham soup. I took two of them 1 quart containers over for them. But I got a less fortunate neighbor that I look after a bit. I've helped him for a couple years. You go to my channel. Let me go and pull that up. I'll introduce you, show you a video of my neighbor Frank. He is cool as shit, dude. He's a Vietnam, Korean vet, and his daughter's got a hold of his income and guardianship, whatever the fuck, and it ain't good. And he was living in a shithole trailer court for a while, in a piece of shit trailer, but I got him hooked up with a better landlord, and doing much better today. And yeah, you can put the video back up if you want.
There you go. There you
It's my buddy Frank. He just hanging out at the car wash that's closed. Go down there and drinks his beer. And over here in the corner, that little white building sitting on the porch is his buddy Rocky that moved into the basement here at this house. Anyway, there was a fire and Rocky died. But anyway, old Frank just come out there drinking more beer one morning. I've been out looking for him.
Hi, everybody.
Hey. Beautiful cold, wet day.
I'll put Frank on the news. Frank, is this good weather for having a beer?
Yeah.
Take a slurp of that gurgle pop. Gurgle, gurgle.
Good shit. Camo silver.
Camo silver. That's what to drink today, fellers.
24.
Yeah, live in Ogden, Kansas.
You've been on the NRA Sports since '95, and this is a subject that you may be strongly about.
That's old Frank.
I believe that a person is
Hey, Becky
You gotta turn your microphone off, Tammy.
Man, we haven't seen Becky on forever.
The microphone is on. I was just talking, looking at something else.
I thought
Yeah.
I heard you fart.
Come on the phone.
I thought I heard you fart.
Nope, you didn't hear me fart. It
It must have been salty, I guess.
That
probably
wasn't
was.
me. My tank is empty.
And my tank's empty tonight too, so
I hand grenaded a bunch of hand grenades earlier. I'm good to go.
damn it, my neck is out right now. I hate my neck.
I gotta go fix something to eat and go back to bed here.
Wow.
There you go.
Why you
salty.
going back to bed?
Because I'm tired. I gotta go to work tonight.
Oh, you still got to work tonight. I already worked.
You ain't gotta work. Look how big my finger is.
That should get you high for about 15 minutes.
I take care of me about half a day, maybe.
Okay.
That'd make me high for 2 weeks. Fuck it.
I'd be high forever on that. You know me.
Willie's Reserve Lemon Cookie Kush.
Ah,
I like the Gorilla Glue better. But the Cookie Crush is pretty good. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to find me a weed shop and get me some edibles. You think I was fun tonight being drunk, Tammy? Shit, you wait until I get some edibles. Yeah, some real fun.
I got maybe a pound and a half of them hard candies. You know, they kind of like lifesavers, I guess. It's big old fruit shape, you know. Got some watermelon and lemon and this and that. pretty dang good.
Yep. Damn. And Jen leave. And I miss her. She didn't tell me goodbye, that butthead.
Oh,
Jen's
I was
out and
gonna.
about and she didn't even tell me she was leaving. Yeah, she's out there showing y'all what right down the road. It's like a freaking ghost town
What are
except
you
for just
looking
the
at?
big truck. Jen T's live stream.
Oh, you want me to pull it up?
Nah, it's all right. I'm just keeping an eye on her. But yeah, it's right now it's like virtual ghost town out there, except for big trucks just running up and down the road right now. That's it. There ain't no cars, hardly at all. Yeah. You know what? You know what? Another thing that really I saw today 4 times on brakes I went out towards the railroad tracks that's close there by the factory, and I noticed something. 4 different trains went by, and all they were full of was fuel and oil. Like,
Yep.
so oil for processing oil. You know, not cooking oil, not motor oil, oil that needed to be processed into be making it into something. You know, and I'm talking, one of them trains was a good 4 miles long. I got a part of it. I got a part of it on my phone that I'm going
I
to
got
upload a
video
video on.
the other day. I was out Friday or Thursday, I think it was, and the Manhattan, Kansas airport had 4 Red Cross helicopters sitting out there. I noticed about half of the Black Hawk helicopters from Fort Riley are not there. They've been there for a while. And I also caught footage of a train that's probably about 3 miles long. And it had nothing but military equipment and stuff on it. And I'm
Bruce
like,
says,
where
hey,
are
too
they
tall.
going? Who was that?
That was Big
Hey,
Red
Bruce.
Jr., Big Red Jr. or Bruce Davis.
Yeah.
I was talking to a lady
Oh shit.
today that I was talking to a lady today that was working at the VA hospital down the road, probably about 15 miles down the road from where I work, 15, 16 miles. And she said there was 3 cases in the VA.
Yeah. But hey, I wanted to touch base with you the other day when I was having some difficulty speaking when somebody decided to always say something every time I started to have my 2 cents. That's probably half the reason why she's not welcomed over at my channel because, anyway, yeah. You'd posed a question though. Who was the steadiest auditor?
The what?
Remember that question you were posing to the panel about who was the sexiest auditor out there, cop watcher?
Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll put a brownie down for not now, maybe later for the win. That definitely that definitely the cover of GQ magazine. And he'd be sitting there in that bed with that Doc Curtin there doing his live streams. Tell me if that ain't some shit for GQ magazine. You know what I'm saying?
It probably would be.
You know, either that or Penthouse Man or something.
That'd be funny. Hey, B,
Yeah.
what's up, man? Hey, Dale. But yeah, as far as women goes, I ain't gonna say any of them are as sexy as the other because to me they all look good. So
Oh
just saying.
hell. Uh, when it comes to women, I look more for what's between their ears and how much makeup they got or how big their, now.
I agree.
I don't know. Some people seem kind of frustrated with me, but fuck them.
Hey, I understand where you're coming from, man. I understand.
This my last girlfriend I had 7 years ago. She was one of them damn Barbie dolls with the fake boobs. And like, oh Lord. I was like, oh shit, here it goes. I can just about see this coming. But
Right.
it seems like the harder I looked for something between her ears, I found less than nothing.
Right. Right.
Like,
I understand.
you know,
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see if I can put this back to here. And then we're going to put that up there with us so we can watch Jen
Yeah.
too. Because I
I was
know
gonna
Jen
say,
don't have a problem with me mirroring her.
she better not. I mean, hey, it's your video. It's your channel, man. And, I'm just your lovely assistant for the moment.
Yeah. Yep. And I know she don't mind me mirroring her
Hey,
because
did she ever get that headlight fixed?
not yet. Unfortunately, this shit came up and money had to go elsewhere.
Well, I'm just saying. Hey, I don't mean to be getting in your ass right now, but I'm gonna get in your ass. How hard is it for you to get down to a damn junkyard and clip one out of the vehicle and tie it back in there, replace the whole damn thing? You probably go to the junkyard.
We have caught. It's damn near impossible to find that headlight in a junkyard around here. The nearest one I found was 200 miles away.
They don't ship parts.
That particular junkyard didn't. And right now, like I said, this shit came up. Money had to go elsewhere.
What make and model of vehicle is it?
That is one of those fucking SUVs. Fuck, I forget the name of it now.
Well, that narrows it down to 4,700,000 million fucking vehicles on the road today.
Which is less than half. Which is less than half.
And then we got to filter down to the ones that made it to the junkyard. But let me know what. I've got a hell of a junkyard connection.
Yeah, the biggest thing is the problem that they have is that they had a big problem with that particular vehicle. Now we did find it on the internet, okay, but like I said, money had to go elsewhere. You got to survive. You know what I'm saying? You got to survive. Got to eat.
I mean, you ain't surviving if you're paying $300 damn ticket on a fucking $65 fix.
Ain't a $65 fix either, even at that junkyard. That one junkyard that I found, they wanted $150 for the damn assembly. Because you got to remember, it ain't just the headlight. It ain't just the headlight. What happened was it's all the wiring too.
I've been trying to ask you, how much of the wire harness from the headlight do you need?
It burned up probably about this far, probably about 2.5 foot of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it burned it. It burned it bad.
You basically just need to tail. You need to connecting pigtail in the harness.
Yep. But actually, I got a paycheck right now that ain't even cashed, and I don't even know when I'm going to be able to cash it. So I won't bank through a bank. I won't bank through a bank. I won't get a card through a bank.
Well, Turbo, slow down.
Mm-hmm.
Have you checked with AutoZone or O'Reilly's or something for that pigtail?
You still need the headlight assembly as well. It's the headlight assembly and the pigtail both that needs to be changed.
Right.
So, but it's brand spanking new. It was $300. For
Okay, let
no
me know
reason.
what make and model it is and see if I can't find you cheaper.
At least that's around here. Okay. Hopefully, I didn't call other states. I'll tell you that now. Like I said, this Corona bullshit came up first, and
You know, I mean, I bet by about 9 o'clock in the morning I could have you an answer.
Yeah.
But you don't know what make and model it is, what side you want.
it would be the one to say the passenger side. I'm not exactly sure what size it is offhand. I had all the numbers and shit, and I don't even have that no more. I had it all wrote down. I can't remember that shit.
All I need is vehicle make, model, and year.
Right. I need to get it all wrote down again. I don't even have that anymore right now. So
Yeah.
I don't remember that type of shit. That type of shit is useless shit in my head for long term. Remember.
Yeah, I know. I deal with those afflictions sometimes as well.
Yeah, and I
Usually
need to.
when the medication works. I think that's where she cut out at.
There she is. She's back right there.
She blacked out for a minute. She went black for a minute, lost connection.
What are y'all talking about in there, Bruce Beer?
I ain't been paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, me either. They're talking about beaver pee and rainwater, and Bruce is saying that damn that's sick and things like that. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
Oh, they're talking about the panty sniffing bullshit.
Oh,
Yeah,
get over it.
I have my opinion about it. You have yours. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, everybody's got their own opinion.
You want to make it something stupid, go ahead. I already know somebody that's looking at a slander libel lawsuit. Proceed if you want to enjoy the idiot crowd. No, I did not defend, hey, Beaver video, by the way, I did not defend shit. I expressed my fucking opinion. Clarify, I expressed my fucking opinion. Just like you're expressing your ignorance and repeating what the fuck I didn't say. Beg my pardon, Tammy, but let me clarify some shit there.
They're welcome to come up on the panel too. I don't care.
I mean, I still as yet to this fucking day, I see no victim of a sex against a child. Motherfucker smells some panties from a laundry basket. How the fuck does that turn into a child sex crime? I don't know.
By law.
And I'll stand the fuck on that.
And by law. It's law. That's how it turned into a child sex crime. But why would you want to pick up panties? My question is this. I know I have no want to or inkling to pick up a little girl's panties and sniff on them. I just
did I say that right or wrong? That wasn't a discussion. The discussion was about the fact of the law.
Yeah, the law states that you can't do that.
I don't give a fuck, I mean, and it just shows, how stupid some people can be to carry on such bullshit.
Right.
Well, you can defend it or not defend it. I'm not defending it. I'm just sharing my opinion about the fact. Well, fuck yourself, Beaver. You want to sit there and be a keyboard cat instead of come up on the panel and talk like man or whatever you represent to be. You're saying my mind says something, whatever.
As far as the law goes, but as far as the law goes, the law states that's wrong.
Let me clarify something. Do I think it's all right? Yeah, fuck, I don't even know if it was bad. It might have been a fucking washcloth. You know, fucking might have been a clean basket of laundry, and he went by and said, "Boy, that's some good smelling laundry for softener." Who the fuck knows? Who the fucking have a valid fucking opinion? You know, my point again is I don't think it rose to a level of a crime against us. There was no child in our fucking property at the time of the crime.
But by
Trying to
law,
sniff underwear. You know, and you know,
but
is
by
there a law
law,
against sniffing underwear?
yes, yes, there is. Yes, there is. Especially if you get caught on a camera, that's a big time law against it. That's actually
Now, hey, Tammy, did you hear me say sniffing panties is acceptable? No,
no,
I haven't said
but
that. I asked, is it against the law to panties? Motherfuckers like Beavers and they're putting shit out that ain't fucking fact. You know, you're gonna say I thought this, well, fucking get it straight. You know, you're just a dumbass idiot. Don't know what the fuck I even said. Maybe you ought to rewind the tape and play it twice. You know, I
well,
don't know of any fucking law that says it's illegal to sniff panties.
yeah, especially children's panties. It is.
Who knows if it, you know,
Especially if you get caught doing it. If you get caught doing it, yes, there are laws against it. And
anyway, you know,
evidently, if
fuck
there's a
anything.
video, he got caught. So, welcome back, Salty.
Well, as yet, I know what I said on your panel or whatever panel. I don't know. And, you know, that's my.
If I can add something to this, that's a typical tactic. That's a typical tactic. People want to come in and bash you for what you say, and they want to call you this, they want to call you that. But you know what? And I'm going to be very blunt here, Tammy. Feel free to get my microphone at any time. There's a reason I'm no longer friends with Beavercam, because of his trolling and his bullshit. You're going to be my friend, be my friend. You're going to try to troll me and talk shit to me and act like it's funny. I got no use for you. You're dead to me. I'm not going to make a video about you. I'm not going to make you a star with 15 minutes of shame. I got no time for you.
Shame.
You know, you can.
I can tell you now.
What is it? What is it? What is it? Too tall? What is it? Too tall? You're saying people are afraid to come up. This is what I said in there. I said it's disgusting for anybody, man, woman, whatever. Okay. Did I mention your name in that?
That's
but if you are the one, that did something like that, you're a sicko. Period. So the fact of the matter is, I said it's sick for anybody, a grown fucking man or a woman. Period. All right. I have no idea what you did.
He didn't do it.
But don't come and say that people are afraid to come up here, because I'm definitely not afraid.
I came up here to redress my grievances against the Salty Rant, who says he's not going to go public with it, but then goes public with it. So it's like, what the fuck, man?
Obviously, I can't talk because people want to keep interrupting. So continue on, Tammy.
Everybody's so used to you talking over everybody. When someone wants to like give you a clue, see, he runs and hides and he fucking blocks people, man. This is why him and I don't get along, because he keeps saying he wants people to change and he wants to kill people with kindness, but then he talks shit about them and then blocks them, and then you know it's like I don't understand Lou, Tammy. I don't understand Lou. I've been nothing but nice to him. Even like 2 weeks ago, I was upset and I said, look, I said, Lou, you know, I just can't believe you're being this nice to me because you hated me for so long. He said, Beaver, there's nothing you could do. There's nothing you could do, Beaver, that would get me so upset.
Beaver, let me be clear. Hey, I want to have a word with you. Some of the things you
You're
just
breaking
said.
up, dude.
Well, I mean, this is what I got.
That's fine.
Are you saying I think this, that, and the other, and that ain't in the topic? Do I think it's right or wrong somebody sniff anybody's? I ain't never disclosed that. And so you go off saying you're not thinking, that's just fucking bunch of gossip. Now, I express my
defend. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
I expressed my opinion about the law and the facts of the law regarding sniffing caper. And I got called all kinds of stupid shit that rose to a criminal fucking level, as well as a fucking civil level. Okay? That's bullshit. You got your opinion, I got mine. Why can't we talk about it? You know, it was a discussion. You know, I mean, that's my opinion. Do I see a fucking crime against a child? No. Do I see a law being broken? I know of no law in sniffing panties. Am I defending anybody? No. I'm expressing.
Yeah, but when I asked you, when I told you it was disgusting,
really
you said that's my opinion.
You know, and it's you know, you have your opinion. Well, you know, guess what? Your opinion and my opinion, neither one of those are the fucking law. You know, you think it's wrong to sniff panties? You think it's wrong. Is there a law to the fact? Show me.
Well, I can tell you now.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you now here in Pennsylvania, there is a law to the fact if you get caught messing with child's undergarments, that is considered a pedophilia act, and you are going to
Exactly.
jail
Same
here
here.
in Pennsylvania.
Exactly. Same here too, Tall. Same here in Oregon, bro. Same
Doesn't
thing.
matter what state it is. This
I mean, hey,
It's wrong.
Dammy, I think
Period.
everybody's heard my. I think everybody's heard my disclaimer. I do reserve the right to be wrong frequently on a
Everybody
daily
heard?
basis.
Who's heard?
But as yet,
Who's heard?
that's my opinion.
Any crime, even if it's not a crime, but it looks like a crime to a child, is just wrong. It's just straight wrong.
Wow.
This cop, and I hate to use the word cop, but he was a cop, from what I understand. This man knew it was a child's room and saw underwear while he was walking through the house and put his nose in it. Okay? That is a sick, perverted mind, and you did not defend my allegations of him being a sick, perverted individual. You were on my panel. I questioned you about it, and that's what your answer was, and I kicked you off my panel. I didn't have anything. I didn't have any problem with you. I don't think that you're a pedophile, but I just think that your mind is not there as to how serious that situation is.
Right. I'm not calling you that either, too tall, right? So let's make that clear. I'm not calling you that.
I'm just saying, from my knowledge
Man,
of the letter of the law,
if you're,
this other.
There's a law out there. There's a law out there.
If you're going its beliefs and it violates those laws, I don't know. I don't know everything.
You know what? There's still laws. There's still laws in America that says you can beat your wife with a switch no thicker than your thumb.
Yeah.
Do people do it? No. Hell no. Because everybody knows it's fucking wrong. And if I saw a man beating a woman with a switch like that, regardless of the situation, that guy wouldn't be standing right now. So I'm just saying, dude, when it comes to kids, man, anything that's done deliberately towards a child, plus all the child molesters we've been finding on YouTube lately, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I'm worried about that other thing. All I was talking about and still talking about today is that man in one foot, the man sniffs and laundry. You know what I'm saying? There was no child in the house, no child in other countries. I'm talking about the one fucking incident, the one fact of the law. I'm talking about law. I'm not talking about morals, religious.
You know what would have saved you too, Tall? You know what would have saved you, Rob, is if you said, yeah, that was pretty fucking nasty, but there was no law broken, unfortunately, but that was pretty fucking nasty, and that guy is sick, and I hope that he gets treatment. And he did get
Now,
charged with a crime, didn't he? The
now
cop
let me
got
tell you
fired.
what.
He did get charged with a crime.
Hey, Beaver, let me tell you this. If you were staying over at my house and you were in the bathroom or whatever, and I, went by, doors cracked, and I seen you sniffing my daughter's panties, it'd be game to
I wouldn't
fuck
be
on.
sniffing your daughter's
If
panties,
that's
dude.
any self-redemption. But,
I wouldn't
I'm
be
not
sniffing
saying
anybody's
my
panties. Dude, anyone who sniffs anyone's panties is a fucking idiot. I've been married. I've been married to my wife for 22
really?
years, and I'm still not going to sniff her panties.
I don't know. A full-grown adult, I know there are fetishes for full-grown adults that have panties. They got diaper fannies and everything, fantasies and things like that.
I've seen a live stream of 4 or 5 people wearing panties on their heads and sniffing it just a week or two ago.
Yeah,
it's different when you know it came from a child.
If it's a full-grown adult, that's a different story. If it's full-grown adult panties, that's a different story.
But you were talking about a child.
Child's, then you start getting into pedophilia laws. And yes, in a lot of states, there's some pedophilia laws that were broken when he did that. So, just say.
If you look into the case, as I've looked into that case, and you look into the charges he was charged with, you might have a little more information to base your opinion on. We can have our personal beliefs, this, that, the third. I'm just saying, I looked into that case a bit, and I don't think that the DA did the proper job.
I don't know where that's going. All I know is that you said it was because a law wasn't broken, it was acceptable.
I don't think those were my words, and if you can play the tape, I'd love to have a copy of it.
Okay, so are you telling everybody publicly right now on Tammy's stream that you never said that you thought the cop
everything I fucking said here is public, and
Okay,
subject
dude.
to fucking
I'm
been
just saying-
recorded and copied and shared 47 fucking places in 36 countries.
Well, I'm just glad to know that you are disgusted with pedophiles, and that if anyone endangers a child in any sort of situation, just like sniffing panties and getting caught, is someone that needs to be investigated and put away, and someone needs to get help, and he needs mental help. That's what he needs.
I mean, those are your words.
That's what I want you to agree with. Someone who is willing to sniff a child's panties, that's not even it has mental health issues. That's what I want you to say.
You're not going to have me say a damn thing.
Okay.
I've done.
Well, there we go.
Exactly,
There we go, Tammy. All right, man. Thanks for having me on panel. I'm sorry Lou and I are just not talking right now, but I'm not going to say anything negative against them, Tammy. I love y'all, man. But I'm not going to argue.
And that's my 2 cents on that, and I think I clarified it pretty damn good.
Yeah, you should look up the federal law also when it comes to that type of stuff. Section, what is it? 18 USC 2251. It also goes into the commercial.
Rainwater, why don't you come up here and do your own talking? Everybody else got the balls. They're just going to be one of them peanuts keyboard cowards, yes.
I ain't never thought about using a bloody cow farm to go fishing with.
But anyway, Tammy, I just stopped by, seen you live, and just, hey, how you doing and stuff. I didn't come here for all this bullshit with the peanut gallery. We quite well know they're welcome to stop by my show and have a talk.
Well, I was just hoping we could get this shit cleared up.
I didn't come here to clear this shit up. I thought I've cleared it up weeks ago. And,
well, I was hoping that
these with some stupid shit, and other people want to play into it. Better wake up on your right to free speech and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Because I don't believe I don't believe that you supported that. I just believe that what you were talking about is you didn't know if there was a law or not against it.
No,
And
well, I mean,
so that's me. And that's the way I took it out of the whole situation.
well, I
Um,
mean, if
but
I explained it pretty damn good from the letter of the law and the things that I pulled up,
yeah, well,
the
from the
charges he was
that's why I said you should
let me
look up.
finish.
You should look up federal law 18 USC 2251. It talks
If
about
you got
the
references, give me the link.
commercialization. It talks about the commercialization of child underwears and things like that, and certain things you can and cannot do, which one of which is
Right.
sniffing the
We're
panties.
talking about pineapples and oranges. I'm talking about that one fucking case. That
Well, I
one
know
fucking
it ain't.
case.
You want the letter of the law. The letter of the law says he cannot do it by the feds. That's federal law stating it. That's why I told you to look up that section and you'll find the law you need to show you what he did was wrong. And it is against the law by federal law. That's what I was just doing while you and Beaver were talking. I was looking this shit up.
Well, I mean, if you look into that case, many of the charges that he was charged with were dismissed and bled out.
Yeah, well,
And
well,
it was a
that's
rather
because the
interesting case.
fucking, you know as well as I do, and we say it every day. The cops will charge you with 500 fucking things to get one. They'll throw a whole bunch of shit at the wall and hope one thing
Yeah,
sticks, and that one thing sticks, and they're happy. You know,
yeah.
we know that.
We
They'll,
got him on
okay,
something.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I know quite well how that works.
right,
But
so that's what they did to the guy. Probably is they threw about 500 billion things at the wall. The one thing that stuck was the federal law that states you can't do that.
well, I just if you got time for your opinion, you ought to base it on fact and do some
Well,
fact checking.
that's
Damn.
where my fact came from. Was it's called child pornography laws through as a matter of fact, Wikipedia, the Wikipedia child pornography laws broken
Okay,
down, and then it goes to tell you to go to the like I said, the U.S. The 18 USC 2251, and it breaks it down even further. Site, and it tells you the whole law, and it says that's wrong through the government. Just saying. So
Lord.
what it does is it
Yeah,
breaks down the ability. It breaks down the ability to sell and what you can and can't do to sell underwear. And one of the things it says you cannot do is you cannot touch, you cannot have them in the garment itself. You cannot be touching in any way in the cell or anything else. Uh, well, uh, then it goes on to explain also that's also in the private lives and things like that of children as well. You aren't to touch, you aren't to do anything unless it's a parent taking care of their laundry and things like that. But that don't state, okay, I'm taking care of their laundry, I can take it out and smell it. Yeah, that they don't state that. It says taking care of laundry. You see what I'm saying? So, it goes on to state all that. There's like there's like 2 pages to that whole thing. I'll be right back. I need to get me a
refill.
hard to believe how far they broke that. It's hard to believe how much they broke that down just so people can sell underwear and not get in trouble. You know, here for kids here in the United States and advertising. You know, that's why you can't see kids in underwear in the catalogs and things. You know. Hey, IP Rainwater, if he used bloody tampons to go fishing and caught fish, more power to him. Hey, I just think I've seen some weird shit used to catch fish with. That's all I can say, IP Rainwater. Just saying.
Yeah. Boy, they can't even repeat that shit right. Talk about misinformed.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you now, I know a guy who uses cotton balls, which ain't no different than a tampon, to soak up blood from fish, where he soaks it in the blood of fish and uses them on a hook and catches shark all day long with them. Just saying. And that ain't cotton ball ain't no different than a tampon. That tampon's just a little more absorbent, probably will hold more of the fish blood, and probably would work better. Well, Kotex would work better too than the cotton ball, if you want to know the truth. Just saying. I mean, so.
I was referring to a friend of mine. I made a comment, just some of these idiots that can't even correctly quote what somebody says.
Hold on, I need to check the phone.
Yeah. It was a bloody Kotex. My friend used fish bait. Dumbass.
Getting on the phone. I don't care.
All that pea right rainwater. I was just clarifying what a dumbass. Apparently they didn't hear properly. That I was telling a story the other day, Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
That friend of mine that makes fish bait and stuff uses bloody Kotexes from his old lady for fish bait. Well, puts that motherfucker on a treble hook and boom, bang, there you go. Now, how in the hell some stupid goof going to go out publishing shit on YouTube saying I said that or this, that, and the third? Shows some fucking ignorance. They can't even fucking hear what the fuck was said and proceed with fucking properly quoting a motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, if someone does it, I mean, I ain't gonna stop them. If it works, it works. Catch a damn fish. I don't care. I mean, y'all say it's gross and stuff, but I tell you what, if you ever use that stink bait, you be saying that was gross too. If you knew what was in that stink bait shit that a lot of people use every day to go catch catfish with, you say that's gross too.
The same friend that raises all them fucking worms, how many of them fucking worms get sold to Maybelline Cosmetic Company? So, how much of that fucking lipstick and eyeliner and stuff is out of fucking bug guts?
Yeah. Well, yeah, the makeup has been proven that.
Somebody wants to talk about gross. Look what the fuck's in a hot dog or a hot pocket or a McDonald's sandwich.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Gross. Huh?
You got a point there, especially hot dog. But they say everything on the pig's edible except for its loin. Literally.
Anyway, Tammy, I'm gonna tap on out.
All right. But honestly, when it comes to fishing, I don't care what you use to fish with. I see their points. I see your point, Grub. But there are laws against it. Just like that's where he got nailed. Yeah, he may have been charged with
Well, I
100,000 different crimes that he was not guilty of.
just hey, before you go dancing around with your opinion, and investigate the charges.
Like I said, he
on that.
probably was. He was probably thrown 100,000. That's what I was getting at. He was probably thrown 100,000 charges. Like they do us all the time, just to get one to stick. You see what I'm saying? And they got the one to stick, and guess what? He got charged with it. He lost his job. Too bad, so sad. He shouldn't have done it. Because the one that stuck was a federal law. And that's what screwed a marshal. Okay, it wasn't a state law. It wasn't a county law. It wasn't a city ordinance. It wasn't a city law or anything else like that. It was a federal law, and that's why he got screwed and fired. He was done.
Anyway.
But as far as I'm concerned, it don't matter if it's a law or not. That to me is gross, disgusting, and should never have happened to begin with anyway. I can tell you now, if I were to have a daughter and I caught someone sniffing her panties, clean or not, I'm gonna knock the fucking fire out of him and hopefully put him in the hospital for quite a while. That's me. I just saying. There ain't gonna be no one sniffing little kids' panties around me. That's wrong.
That's good. Yeah.
Period. But as far as law states, there are laws to it too, and they got him with the federal law, and that's what got him fired. By the way, if it was a state law or something like that, I guarantee you that freaking marshal would have never lost his job. They hit him with the federal law, and that's what got him to lose his job.
Well, I tell you what, wow, look, there's some classy people. P. Water. That's some classy people gonna put somebody in prison for fucking smoking some weed. Wow, I'm impressed.
I thought it was okay to grow some plants there. I thought they made it all right.
I didn't ask.
Okay.
I don't. Well, what do you motherfucker talk about growing? Who said you hear anything about growing? I don't know shit.
All right. I thought it was still okay. I'm not sure.
Oh my God, I smoked some weed. That's a big fucking crime. Hey,
smoking it and shit. I wished I could.
That
ain't no crime.
I mean,
nowhere.
Just look at some of the peanuts in the can here on the chat. Go hide my dope. I ain't hiding shit. Motherfuckers want to lock me up for smoking some dope today, tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. I took that risk. I ain't scared.
Hello.
I don't like it, but you know what? To the victor go the spoils. To the victor goes the spoils, and I'll die by that. But as far as repeating any action, it is wrong. But
by the way, so you know, in Missouri,
Beaver, I'm not your puppet. I'm not going to say words you want to. What do they call that thing? A dummy? What do they call those dummies? Mannequins or something?
You said it right. A puppet or a mannequin or whatever. But a puppet is a very good one.
No, there's a special. You got your words. I got mine. I said mine, and I'm fucking standing on them.
No, there you go.
And
as far as growing weed in Missouri,
that's what you fucking believe in.
Too tall.
And by the way, I've had some of the best mental health the VA can fucking provide.
Listen, as far as growing weed in Missouri, it's legal. As of 2018, it was legal. You can grow up to 6 plants in Missouri. As of 2018, just look it up. So you get all upset about growing weed. Yeah. I'm looking up the law. I'm looking up the law. As of 2018, it was put into effect that it's legal. So
Yeah, so fucking what? I bet you can pee higher than me too. Who gives a fuck? Yeah. Like I say, anyway, I've got better things to do in my life than engage in conversation with keyboard cowards. You know,
just make sure you don't. Hey, too tall. Just make sure you don't carry over a kilo. It's still illegal to carry over a kilo of marijuana on your person. That's what it says in Missouri. I don't see you having the money or me having the money right now to buy some good shit that's a kilo. You know what I'm saying? Where's the?
No, I mean, this is YouTube. You know,
I've never seen a kilo of marijuana.
I have, but I sure the hell couldn't afford it. I promise you.
How big is it? Is it like a?
It's a bale.
Oh, it must be pretty big then.
Yeah. When you see them floating out in the Gulf of Mexico, they call them square grouper. When you hear people talking about going to pick up the square grouper, you know what they're picking up now.
Marijuana.
Yep. The square grouper.
How on the streets?
Huh?
How much is that worth on the streets?
Yeah. It depends on the quality of it and what you got. I don't know. I've never sold it on the street, so I don't know. I've never sold drugs of any kind. Pot.
Well, I wasn't making the reference that you did. I was just wondering what the street value of something like that would be.
I could check real quick. The approximate, what they say is approximate.
You know, with all the shit we got going on with the coronavirus and worrying about whether the homeless are going to just disappear and never to return.
Oh, hell,
funny how we got a select few people.
Yeah, well, we're going to be having a raid at my house next, man. Bring them the fuck on.
Well, don't be surprised if they find little girl underpants in your room, Rob. That was a plant.
Yeah. I'll be sure. Yeah,
Look,
this is fucking entertaining as hell.
We got all this corona bullshit we got to try to get through. We still got all this bullshit on fucking YouTube we try to get through. That's why I'm looking to a different media platform. That's why I'm going and doing podcasts. They're not restrictive like YouTube. I can load it up on YouTube. You know, make people aware of what I'm doing, where I'm going, where my podcasts are at, but it's not restrictive like YouTube. I figure I'm going to have to find another social media platform with which to get my message to the masses. Just for the simple fact, YouTube is so restricted right now as it is that they're pulling people's channels for little things. Not to mention, you got the false flagging and the trolling going on.
1 pound, 1 pound of decent pot, 1 pound, and it says decent pot, and this is on Havoc Scope, is worth $453 or four. Hold on, no, that ain't the price. Sorry, my bad. Damn it. I lost this connection. That wasn't the price you said. It was just the weight. My bad. Havoc Scope used to have it on there. Stuff like that on there. That's why I was asking. Okay, marijuana prices. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so for a kilo of good pot in Missouri, it averages in Kansas City at $650 to $1,000. In St. Louis, $750 to $1,350. There you go. That's what a kilo averages. So I just don't have I don't think I have that much money to go ahead and buy me a kilo of pot. How about you guys?
Yep.
An ounce maybe. I might be able to come up with $100 or so for an ounce, you know, but I ain't gonna be able to come up with $1,000 for a kilo.
Yeah, but anyway, I gotta get back to this message. Thanks for
All right,
having me down, Tammy. I just stopped by to say, hey, man, you know, how you doing?
All right.
Virus
Come
number
on back
9.
anytime you want, man. Come on back anytime you want. I was just hoping to get this stuff figured out, get it done and over with. And,
you know, so some shit you can't air out, you know. I mean, you know.
yeah.
I just
Messages, Rob. Sent the link.
Yeah.
Check your messages. I sent you the link you were asking about.
Yeah. Cool. Appreciate. Yeah. But yeah. What time you going to work, Salt?
Same time I go to work every night, 10 p.m.
10 p.m. His time.
10 p.m. my time.
I remember he's 3 hours difference.
Well, it's still 4:20 here.
Yeah.
It's always 4:20 in your mind, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, right?
That way I'm never late.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I say, stay high or get tall. You know? Whatever it's worth. Hopefully we'll get through this to who fucking knows what tomorrow.
Well, if I could 2-week vacation and get my full pay, I would, but no.
And get a paid vacation and go where? You know, take a cruise? That ain't happening. Go to fly to Florida? That ain't happening.
I'll go to a secluded cabin in the woods.
Yeah.
And I won't bring my wife.
Right. Well, if Too-Tall's growing his own, that's more power to him. He's allowed to have 6 plants in Missouri as of 2018.
Yep.
So just saying, I've looked it up. 6 plants. You can get a lot of pot off 6 plants in about a 4-month period if you do it right. Just saying.
If you do it really good, you could always grow the same 6 plants over and over and over again in your house.
There you go. I don't know. I just know you can get a lot off of it in about 4 months because I've seen it down in Florida. So.
I know guys in California that are allowed to grow 6 plants for personal use and consumption.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of these plants about 6 foot tall.
Yeah, I think the plant's 6 to 8 foot tall.
I mean, I've seen buds literally as big as almost a baseball. I'm like, holy crap. I don't know what they're feeding it, but it's some good shit. I don't smoke weed, so it ain't my thing. But hey, if you want to partake in that, great. And if you got a medical marijuana card, even better.
Who crosses state lines, John Williams?
Yeah,
Too-Tall. I don't think Too-Tall goes any further than the store to get something to eat because he's high on his freaking pot. Just saying, Too-Tall.
I mean, the propaganda is deep. My God.
Yeah, a lot of people say that about me and they wish they did and they ain't. Just saying, IP. Just saying, IP. A lot of people say that about me and they wish they did and they ain't.
You forgot to send me a Christmas card or a birthday card.
What do people say about you, Tammy?
Oh, okay, IP Rainwater.
What do people say about you, Tammy?
That they had my name, that they have my address and phone number.
No, I think that's
shit, man. Mine. I'm easy to look up. Everyone knows where I'm at. I shouldn't even have to hide my VPN anymore. They know right where I'm at.
Well, what's funny is if you go to try to find me, it'll show you a different house altogether from where I live.
Of course it will.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it though. I haven't been hiding since 2014. No reason to. Ain't
And I'm
nobody
not talking about my
gonna-
beepin. I'm not talking about my beepin. I'm talking if you Google Map my address, it'll
No,
show
you
you
can
an entirely
Google Map my
different
shit.
house than what I live in.
You can Google Map my shit and see the house and all the cars and drive. I don't give a fuck.
What
Ain't
I'm
nobody
saying,
coming to my house.
what I'm saying, Salty, is if someone Google mapped the house I'm staying in, it'll show you a different house. I promise
Well,
you.
I wish I had that feature, but I don't have that feature. But
I don't
again,
have
I'm
a feature. It's just the way it is. It happened to be the way it is. They screwed up on the addressing here.
well, that's a benefit to you then.
Yes.
But like I said, nobody's coming to my house. Cops ain't coming over. They watch my videos. They probably laugh their asses off. You know, believe it or not, cops do have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, Mammy. That your vet will come to you and do it out of the car. That's pretty cool. Because this coronavirus thing, that her vet will come to the house and do the vet stuff out of the car.
Wow.
So that's freaking awesome. Now that's someone that cares for the animals. That is right there, and they're in the true profession that they should be in.
Not all vets are created equal.
Yeah. I've got a pretty awesome
I'll be right
vet.
back. I need to get some coffee.
So I've got a pretty awesome vet. Man, she really did a hookup for my dog. It really blew me like, wow, you really like my dog. But yeah, she'd come by, I'll call her up, hey, I need to do it. Hey, it's time for a visit. And hey, why don't you just come on by the house on the way? I'll be going to town there another day.
Walk your house to get a contact high?
Repeat?
When she walks into your house, does she immediately get a contact high?
I can't recall.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I hear smoking marijuana is great for Alzheimer's.
What? Yeah, it helps a lot, Yeah. 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 Well, it's pretty interesting, huh? Well, we got some weed snitches in the channel, huh?
We got what?
We got some weed snitches, I guess. I'm gonna call, hey,
Whatever.
smoking weed.
You know what, Rob? I've never seen anybody smoking weed wanting to go out and commit mass murder. It's all those fuckers that are doing heroin and speed and acid and bath salts.
Yeah.
I'm not a proponent for smoking weed, but of all the drugs you could use, good medical grade marijuana for aches and pains and for medicinal uses, why not? At least you're not getting hooked on pills, oxycodone and the like. You're self-medicating. That's the way it should be. If marijuana had properties for diabetes, believe me, I'd be smoking it, but it doesn't. It doesn't do me any good. So I don't.
Yeah.
I know you're reading the chat.
Yeah, I was looking at some of these idiots.
It's funny to see people's true nature coming out. They try to hide or put on a facade, but eventually their true nature comes out, and they can't stop it. That's
Yeah.
who they truly are.
Yeah, that's who
So
they are. You
Yeah.
almost recognize who's behind the name, you know.
Well, yeah, kind of.
But I mean, that's my defect. I mean, I thought I could come to YouTube and meet some real people and have some real times, but
It could
man,
be a
there's
lot of it could be a lot of fetal alcohol syndrome too. You never know. Or people are just miserable pricks. They just want to come in and make everybody else miserable like them. Misery loves company.
Hey,
that's
IP
just IP the
Rainwater.
rainwater.
Hey, IP Rainwater. I hope every cop in the cop community hates me. I don't like them, so just saying.
Just saying,
I tolerate one here that was in the cop community. He claims he's not in the cop community, and then he claims he is. I don't know if he is or isn't.
Yeah,
I could be, and I tolerate him, but
I don't tell.
I can't say as I would
Got
want
no
to
use.
be. I don't think I want to be drinking beers and Coronas and everything else with him. Just saying.
Yeah, fake motherfuckers on YouTube. I got no time for them. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say.
All right, B, take it easy. You know you're welcome here anytime as well, B. So, right now.
Oh, you threw in the right now. Uh-oh.
Not do that. Did I do that?
I like how Jeff is here. Audits changed the wording on his program. Most are welcome. I use the same thing on my podcast. Most are welcome.
Yes. I agree with that, Jason. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Bad phones ran.
Plan strategy by a hostile foreign power.
Got an update. The Senate is still debating over what to do with paying people that have to stay home because of coronavirus. The motherfuckers back their money, and every damn dime they've taken from them from the time they've been working, and pay them interest like they build the interest off the money that they take from you. Pay them that interest as well. That's what I say. I bet you I'd get shot down in Congress for that one. How about you? Hey, Juanito.
Yeah.
What's up? You think Congress should shoot me down for that? I mean, that's what they do. They take your money out of your paycheck. They throw it in a bank account and draw interest on it all year long. And they give you back a portion, just a portion of what you paid in all year long. If you're lucky enough to get back that portion. Some people ain't lucky enough to even get that. So I think they should give it all back, every damn dime they stole from the people through taxes. And
anyway, I gotta get Tammy. My neighbor's busting my balls here. I'll see y'all later.
All right, go ahead.
Later, buddy.
I think they should give every last bit of what they're taking out of people's checks and cap to the people, and every bit of interest that they've ever drawn off their money to the people. That's what I think. And then guess what? I doubt anybody would have to worry about too much anything if that happened for most people.
Yeah, but the government won't do that. It's too easy. They could do the right thing, and they're still continuing to do the wrong thing.
I know. They're bitching over that. They're bitching over right now. They're bitching over right now if it should be $600 that they pay out or $1,000.
Here's the thing. People got bills to pay. So when tow truck drivers come to take your cars because you're behind on your car payment, that shouldn't be allowed because, you know, our government created this. We didn't create it. We're the victims here. So whether you go to work or you stay home, you're fucked either way. So might as well just go to work.
Yep. Hey, Pam. Now that one I didn't look up, John Williams. I don't know. You're probably right. A lot of states have cracked down on that big time. John Williams, just saying. So, but honestly, I've never seen him say he was distributing any drug of any kind. So I've never heard him say or proven that he is in any way. Just saying. But I'm pretty sure that probably Missouri has cracked down on that shit pretty hard, distributing. Florida, you get caught now, you're going to jail for a while. It don't matter if you're a doctor or not. You're going to jail for a while. That's how much they crack down on distributing pills in Florida. You're going to jail for a while. You don't even get it. You don't get. They quit giving even out fucking fines and shit for that. See, when he said that, I started going LOL, LOL, LOL. That was called a trigger for y'all. I knew what Salty was doing there.
What did I do?
When you said you were quitting YouTube and never coming back.
Did I say I was going to quit YouTube? No, I said I was quitting.
Yeah, you did. The night that you were not so sober. Yes, you did.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
Sure
I mean,
did.
you know, I have a right to feel the way that I do, and I also have the right to change my mind. And if people don't like it, I got nothing for them.
Oh hell, I thought you were just trying to trigger everybody with it. That's why I'm laughing my ass off every time you said it.
I did trigger them with it. You know, you knew where I was going with it.
Yep, that's what I thought you were doing. I was like, and it worked.
Look, I mean, it worked hook, line, and sinker. I mean, I could do nothing for 6 months and people would still be triggered. Just like when you look at YouTube for a while.
I think you're right because I'm sort of mild even compared to you and shit. For 6 months, I had people talking about me when I was gone for 6 months.
You know, I mean, it is what it is, Tammy. I could do nothing but my podcasts for the next 6 months, and people will always be triggered. So, you know, in a situation, damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Now, I'm gonna change subject again because I want to go back to where I started this stream on though. And I'm going to ask Perth if she would please come up on my panel because I would like to know what they're doing in Australia for this particular problem when it comes to the coronavirus as well.
Do they have a lot of homeless in Australia?
Huh?
Do they have a big homeless population in Australia?
I don't know. That's why I don't know much about Australia. That's why I'd love to have Perth's insight into this. She's very knowledgeable into that type of stuff when it comes to her country, and I would like to know. So, Perth, would you come up on my panel, hon, and let me know what they're doing with the homeless population in Australia and all? Because with this corona, because I sure the hell I see things here and there, you know, where they opened up this and they opened up that, but it's like only helping like a third of the homeless population in the area, you know, and they ain't. All right, I appreciate it, Bert. The things right there, because honestly, I am truly worried about that type of stuff for the homeless, you know, the prison people, the people in prison, especially the ones that ain't never committed a violent crime. Things like that.
Well, I'm going to go lay down, Tammy. You have a good night. Hello, Perth.
Hey, Perth. Yeah, and I still love Perth to death. And I tell you what, if I was in Australia and she thought she liked me, I'd marry her in a heartbeat and I wouldn't care.
Jason, don't be scared, mate. Really, at the end of the day, you don't see things like I see things. So, yeah, each to their own.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hate anybody for their decisions. You don't want to like my ass, that's fine by me. But anyway,
She ain't gonna hurt her feelings.
useless eaters will be useless eaters, right? But let's continue. I was going to say in the chat before I actually came on, I was going to say, Tammy, be prepared. You just might lose some viewers, but yeah, that's your choice. Are you good with that, Tammy? I can't hear you, mate. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I don't care if I lose viewers about having you on my panel or not, because you've been a friend of mine for 2.5 years. You'll always be a friend of mine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dave, we've had some serious discussions. We discussed it out. We had to agree to disagree sometimes, everything else. I love you to death, girl. I don't give a fuck what anybody else says about you.
Yeah, we can't all agree on everything. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, YouTube just has a whole
We can
other
understand that if we can understand that. And I'm trying to be better at it myself. If we can understand that we'll not all agree on everything, there'd be a lot less fighting in this, just in this stupid YouTube in general.
Exactly, but YouTube unfortunately has a whole different level of hate factor going on. But you know, each to their own. If people are that bored and that they don't have a life or whatever, hey, that's not my issue. But anyway. Oh, and just in case, you know, before anybody else decides to put anything else out there, yes, I do go onto Rick's channel. Yes, I was there this morning on his panel talking to the guys. Yes, I was there yesterday. Yes, I was there the day before. Yes, I will be there tomorrow and thereafter, because I'm not a sheep. I will not be given ultimatums as to where I'm going to go and who I'm going to follow. But hey, you know, everybody else can do what they want.
Yeah, that's right. But so getting back to the actual topic at hand here that I started the stream on. Yeah. What are they doing with the homeless over there and all?
Listen, here, this is where it gets tricky with the homeless here. I'm not saying that there isn't any homeless, okay? There is. Am I saying that everybody on the street that looks like they're homeless is homeless? I would have to tell you that's not the case. And how do I know this? Because of a friend of mine hangs out in the city, and she initially, when it was going around starting to buy stuff for homeless and whatever, and she'd get them a coffee and something to eat, whatever, yada, yada. And then she started like literally talking to them, and she was finding that a lot of these people had fucking houses. They were renting out their houses, but they were sitting on the street waiting for handouts. So how many homeless are literally sitting on the street in the city centre are actually homeless? I really couldn't tell you. I do know that across Australia, just with the females over the age of 45, there is over 350,000 women, just the women, that are homeless in this country that are living out of their vehicles or whatever. So a lot of it we don't see, okay? Well, a lot of it we don't see. So if it is an issue, whether they're at the train stations or under bridges or wherever, if there is an issue, it's out of the public eye. That side of things, I can't give you any, you know, as to what they've done. Have they done anything to them, whatever. As for the elderly, the age groups, they've pretty much closed the doors on them. They've said nobody's allowed in and nobody's allowed out, which is a pain in the ass because, as you know, I have a disabled brother. And yeah, my intent was to actually ring them down there to see what their policies are now. And then I saw your sort of live stream on, so I came in here, but I haven't called yet to see what their policies are when it comes to the disabled group homes.
Okay.
But I do know that they have put it out. As for the elderly, the aged homes, they definitely have closed their doors. Here they've been bringing it out in bits. Like, for example, it first started, don't travel. Then the next day, you can't travel. Then the borders were closed. Then from the borders, like, people are still fucking hoarding. Like, a lot of the shops still don't have squat on their shelving. And it doesn't help now that the borders are closed, because anybody coming through the border over into WA, which is where we get our food from the eastern states, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're halting all the trucks. Apparently the line there is just beyond friggin' belief, people trying to come into WA. So,
Okay.
but we're kind of waiting, or what I'm waiting for here is to see whether or not they're going to do a 2K radius. Because the guys were telling me in Rick's panel, one of them said to me where he is, which was a small town, it wasn't a city per se, that they have literally done a lockdown on a 2K radius. And apparently his ma was trying to go see, I think it was her brother or something or other. Once she got out of the 2K radius, the police actually stopped her and questioned her, where the fuck is she going? So I'm waiting to see if they're going to actually do that here. Do you know what I mean? Where'd you go, Tams?
I'm here. I just Jen had to talk to me about something. I apologize.
Okay.
And I had talked to her. So they did a 2K radius shutdown where he's at. That's where I unfortunately had to leave off real quick.
Yeah, in the UK, Bandidote was telling me that they've done a 2K radius shutdown, okay, like a lockdown. And anybody going outside that radius, the police actually stop them. Are they testing people once they get out of that 2K radius? They're not, but he said that should be taking effect pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the UK. Here, they've done that 2 meter apart, 2.5 meter apart. The distance seems to be getting more and more every time I hear something. People are usually pretty, how could I say, they're pretty compliant to that. I'm not seeing, like I said, it doesn't look like the stocks, the shelves are being restocked. But again, we've got the border closed, so that's really stopping the trucks from coming through, right? So that's going to take longer now. I'm not hearing, and I keep asking everybody that I know, I keep asking them, do they know anybody that's caught corona? Do they know anybody? I'm not hearing squat from anybody here.
DDT, you quit mirroring me now. You do not have the right to mirror my intellectual property. Again, I will copyright strike your ass off the internet, and I'll gladly do it. Get me out of your fucking stream now. Okay.
It's probably because I'm on your panel.
Jerry, you don't have the right to freaking mirror me. I never gave him the right, and he knows he don't have the right. This is the second time, and this will be the second copyright strike he has put against him by me. And I'm getting tired of him mirroring my stuff when he has no right. I will get the channel shut down, and I'll gladly do it because he supports people that does that to people. So it's called an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Something I believe in.
But yeah, so just going back to that, I'm not hearing everybody that I know. They're saying that they're not hearing anybody getting sick. They don't know anybody that's actually caught it. The only information that any one of us is getting here right now, and that's what mainstream media seems to be putting out, but that's questionable. So
yes. always questionable.
Yeah. So apart from that, we're all pretty much in the same boat. It's just a matter of every day, like I said, The other day there was about 5 or 6 places that they said were closing. They shut their doors. Then yesterday I read again there was another whole pile of places that were literally either closing their doors, or they were told pretty much to cut back on staff and whatever. So it's a daily thing here. It's a daily thing.
Okay.
But then again, that's no different to everywhere else.
Right. Yeah, same here. It's like right now they're still fighting over. They just came on with an update. They're still fighting over if they're going to pay people anything or anything else like that. For having to stay at home.
Here they are, Tammy. I forgot to tell you that. Here they are. Apparently, the first lot of payments from the government, that's for not just the people that are unemployed, pensioners, anybody that is on any kind of welfare payment, small businesses, larger businesses, they're all getting money. They're all getting money. Supposedly, everybody should be paid. They said by anywhere between the end of March, to the end of April, the first lot of payments will go out. The second lot of payments that are coming through, that are the same as the first, they won't be out, I think, until June or July. Which tells me that if the second lot of payments are coming out then this shutdown is going to be way longer than 6 months.
Oh, wow.
Because if people were allowed back to work, why would they give them the funds? Do you know what I mean? Like, because majority of this is being passed off as in small businesses, obviously people can't come to the business, whatever, but you don't want to lose your workers, then we're giving you money to help pay those people. It might not be a full salary, but you can still pay them. You know what I mean? So I'm questioning now the length of time to the second payment, because if you're looking January, February, March, April, May, June, makes it 6 months. So second lot of payments goes out June, July. Why are they handing it out if everybody should be back to work by then? You know what I mean? It's not making any sense to me. So
Yeah, I agree. I hear they're fighting over the amount of payment they want to give is what they're doing.
Here, I've not heard that. They already came out, and it's on their website as well. They pretty much listed, if you're on this, for example, like an elderly payment, this is what you're getting. If you're on this payment, this is what you're getting. It's already been allocated. Those payments will roll out. My guess would be this coming, actually today I should find out from my sister, if she got hers, then they've already started putting them in the bank. You don't have to go apply for it. It's automatically sent into your bank account.
Wow. See, at least Australia's got that going for them. We can figure out how much we want to pay the people. That's what I was talking about. They're still in session right now, and it's now 9:53. They're still in session in Congress, right there. See, that's right on Fox News. They're still in session in Congress, trying to figure out what to pay people.
Yeah. Hey, Metalhead.
Hey, Metalhead, what's up? Stuff, I mean, they get all their money from the people that are needing it now through taxes. They forcefully take it out of your taxes, take taxes out of your paycheck by the force of law and force of law enforcement coming to your house to put you in jail and everything else. And then when the people need it, they don't want to give it up. It's messed up to me.
I mean, to me, I just found it hilarious when they come out and said that people were getting that kind of a fucking payment, because I thought, what? Here's a payment, sorry for for your inconvenience or any inconvenience we may have caused you. It
Right,
almost looks
basically.
like they're buying people off. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it seems like to me. On all of it. On all of it. You know, here for your inconvenience of not being able to go to the store and cash your check, here, I'll give you this. Just don't talk about it no more. Be happy. I gave you that.
Did you lose all your viewers, Tams?
No, I still got 20 some years.
Oh, okay.
That's about average for me.
It's just not showing on your YouTube thing.
No. Let's see here. See what it says on my YouTube. Oh yeah, it says I got 20 some.
Oh, okay.
I may have blocked that for other people to see.
See, well, that's another thing that's happening to us too. They're claiming that they're taking a lot of the bandwidth off the people to hand over to places like hospitals, etc., etc. So a lot of the times, I mean, my shit hasn't been loading right. Bruce was saying last night that his shit wasn't loading right. Because yeah, you can see, and I just told you, I can't see on the YouTube page what you're seeing.
Right.
I mean, if I was to hit the refresh button now, the chat would show up empty. It would show up as though I've just started, like you've just started your stream, and I wouldn't be able to see anything in the chat. And that's been happening since yesterday.
Well, that's weird. That's probably some of that new censorship shit that they're coming up with.
Well, apparently YouTube has cut down on their staff as well, and they were saying that there's not going to be that many of them to actually police YouTube. So who knows?
Yeah, that's insane. I don't understand when they do most of they can do most of everything they do at home.
But yeah, another thing too, the banks here, what they're doing at the moment, they're doing a rotate staff. They're like, for example, for 2 weeks, they're leaving on X amount of people, and the other half have to work from home. And then once that 2 weeks is up, then they switch over. The ones that were working from home go into work. The ones that were in at work, obviously, then stay home and work for 2 weeks. So that's what the bank is doing here, and that's what they're going to be doing until further notice. If they get told that they have to shut down, then everybody will still be, the bank will close its doors, but the workers will still be working from home, the ones that can.
Yeah, I've seen that sometimes too, Emo. Emo said, I noticed when replaying live stream, the chat replay is fucked up. I want you to come take me, please. Please take me, Cage. Please. Please take me to jail.
Why are you going to jail?
Because I called Egg Balance out on his bullshit. But I know some things about Egg Balance that I ain't even talked about and won't talk about. So I ain't worried. I want them to come take me to jail. So come on. Any day. Why don't you just make it right now? I must wear a shirt. Now that was funny, Dave. But,
so where are you guys at with all of this? Is all of the states in lockdown, or have they not done that yet?
Right now they're allowing the states to pretty well govern themselves on this. So some are not in lockdown yet. Some are. The last I heard, Florida's not in total lockdown yet. Georgia's not in total lockdown yet. A lot of the southern states have really putting it off. They are asking older people to stay indoors. Things like that. In the southern states up here, unless you're essential personnel, you're to stay in your house here in Pennsylvania. unless you're essential personnel, and keep yourself locked up. So.
Well, can I ask, is Trump, correct me if I'm wrong, I read an article this morning that Trump was saying that he is planning on going back to normal over in a couple of weeks.
He
Did I
said,
read that wrong?
well, he came out and said, and he did say that, and then he changed his saying. He said as soon as he thinks maybe, and he said maybe on this last interview that I watched, maybe as soon as Easter, because he would love to. And he said that would be awesome if it could get that soon, so that way people can go to church and be there for Passover and things like that.
Did you hear what's happening in Spain?
What's going on in Spain?
They actually found an old age group home where the workers had literally abandoned the elderly. And plus two, they've been finding through different homes where older people have been living on their own, they've actually found them dead in their bed.
Wow.
People are being abandoned by the workers. And that's another reason why I want to ring up to find out what the policy is of the group home where my bro is. Because, I mean, fuck that. If they're told to stay home, but they've got people to look after, are they going to abandon them? What are they going to do with them? You know what I mean? Like, do we take them home? But the whole thing is, some of these guys don't have family. They're wards of the state.
Right. See,
Like,
that's another good question to be asking and finding out. That's for sure.
Exactly. Because like I said to my sister, I says, I don't want to find out the last minute that I need to come and pick him up and bring him home, because that's really going to fuck me over. He's in a wheelchair. My house is not wheelchair friendly, right, at all. And not only that, I can't pick him up on my own to like put him into a different chair to stick him in the shower, which I can't do because, like I said, my home is not wheelchair friendly. So people seriously need to start looking into that, because we just don't know. You know what I mean? We just don't know what the fuck is going to happen.
All right. See, like right here, all life essential personnel can still move. Okay. That's how it was said. Life essentials.
Yeah.
So
they can here
that
too.
would be a life essential, so they can move and do what they need to do.
They can here too, but what happens if, like, they start getting sick and they get told, you got to stay home, you got to stay home, you got to stay home. Do you know what I mean?
See, that's the part I brought up. It's like they were talking about, like they were telling the family doctors, that have their personal practices. They were telling them to stay on standby just for them to take over emergency workers positions if they start getting sick and things like that. I'm like, okay, so then what's going to happen when they get sick and they can't do it no more?
Exactly. This is where I don't care if they tell me now, okay? If they say get ready for it, be prepared for it, then it's a different ball game, because then obviously I can get a bed in place. I can get somebody to pretty much help me. I can, there's other things that, like a lot of things that I can arrange. But for them to just ring me and say, shit, we've all got to go home, you need to come and pick him up, that's just gonna, I don't know which way I guess I'll deal with it, because that's what you have to do.
Right.
But it's gonna leave me in a nasty fucking situation.
Yeah, I understand that. That's gonna be hard to deal with, that. But you one thing I know about you Australians, you're good at. You got the Marine Corps motto down pat: adapt and overcome. You got that pretty good over there.
Oh, listen,
At least ones I met.
you're left in that kind of situation, it's no different to if everything turns fully to shit and people in the bush. You got to do what you got to do, you know. But I also get where it's going to be very hard for folks that have kids, you know, that have family, that have elderly people in homes that, you know. And again, what about the ones that are ward of the state? Who is responsible for their, you know, where are they going to end up?
Right. You're right. That I agree. You know, I was thinking the same damn thing about wards of the state, because who will take care of them that don't have family,
You know,
or the
because that's like,
families all but abandon them anyway, like a nursing home.
that's what I said to my sister. I said, you know, there's no way in hell that I could go to my bro's group home to pick him up, knowing that there's 3 other clients there that don't have family. There's no way in hell that I could literally walk away and leave them. I couldn't.
I know what you mean.
I couldn't. So my only alternative there would be to grab whatever I've got at home if they don't have food, take it down there and just literally stay with them. I could not walk away from them.
Right. I have that complete understanding of what you're saying. I really do. And honestly, it's a saddening state, you know, and people have stuck even people that are family to some of these people, like here in the United States. I seen this at a nursing home that I worked at a while back. This one lady, she was stuck in her nursing home. Her son and daughter lived just 6 miles away from the nursing home and never came and seen her in the 2 years I worked there.
That's right.
I mean, so
that's right. Many of them here across Australia, because I remember doing some research on elder finance abuse. Many of them literally stuck their parent or grandparent or whoever it was that had property. They couldn't wait to get their hands on the fucking property, so they stuck their parents or grandparents into a home, took over, as in, what do they call it? What do they call it here? Power of attorney, right? They got power of attorney, and they took over the house.
Yep.
All they wanted was the fucking house, and they pretty much left, well, not left stranded, because obviously the parents or the grandparents end up in aged homes, but it shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? Family will do crazy fucking stuff for money. Crazy.
Oh, I've seen some crazy shit right there, right here in the United States over stuff like that.
So it doesn't really surprise me that workers are walking out like they found in Spain. So my thing to people is, if you do know somebody that lives on their own, check on them. You don't have to, nobody says you got to feed them. Nobody says you have to take food out of your family's mouth or whatever, but at least fucking knock on their door and say, hey, listen, how you doing?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that people, because, I can't even comprehend how sad that is, that people are literally being found in their beds dead because there's been nobody there.
Right. That's damn well said. And probably wouldn't have died of the virus. They died of other.
Well, who knows? This is the thing. That's another thing we don't know. We can only go by what people are saying. And like I said to you, I continuously keep asking people, even in the shops, when I go in the shops, do you know anybody that's gotten this? Do you know anybody that's caught it? All I'm getting back is, I don't know.
I finally heard the first person that I talked to face to face say that they knew of 3 cases of it here in Pennsylvania. And she works for the VA hospital. And the VA hospital is like 15 miles down the road from where I work. And she was coming in to deliver some stuff to her husband. And she told me, yes, she knew of 3 cases in the VA hospital.
But see, that's only when you look at the bigger picture of just the United States. That's only 3 people that you've heard of.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I was getting to that point.
Do you know what I mean? This is why I keep asking. I keep asking everybody, do you personally know somebody that's got it? And
Mhm.
so far, I'm not seeing that here.
Right. Right. Good. Okay, cool. Thank you. She's letting me know that there was more food.
And then again, that payment, like I said to you, why, if this is supposed to end after a few months, why are they still prepared to give people a second payment 6 months down the road?
Right. Oh, they're here in the United States. What they're saying, if they do this, it's to help re-stimulate the economy on its losses due to not being able to make money while everybody was locked up. That's what they're saying here, at least.
Yeah. To me, every time they've gone and done this in past, it's always like, we either want your vote, and that's why they give it to people. There was a time here where they pretty much handed out $1,000 one-off payment to all single mothers because they wanted their vote. It was nothing else. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's either a vote thing. They want people to forget what they've done and they want to be voted back in. But yeah, I just find that second payment odd. I can understand the first one, you know, even though to me anything that government gives you, you got to question why.
Oh, I agree. I've
the
been doing that all my life, but I was brought up to because the Native Americans have been doing that since they got screwed over the first time. Just
But
saying.
but the second payment is the one that is getting me. Like, does that mean that this is going to be continuing 6 months onwards?
Right.
And I also want to see if they're going to start here in Australia, if they're going to actually start doing a 2K radius. Because usually Western society follows each other. Like, we started fighting over toilet roll here, then you guys started fighting over fucking toilet roll. Then the UK kind of started fighting over fucking toilet roll. So now I'm keeping an ear open to see if they're going to do a 2K radius.
Right. Right now, a lot of the smaller papers that I look at and some of the lesser known news groups that I look at on their websites right here. That they're stating that there is movements into strategic places like around major sources of fresh water.
Yeah.
Like Mammoth Springs, Arkansas, for one. Take that one for as an example. Mammoth Springs, Arkansas is one of the biggest springs on the Missouri-Arkansas border. And it's one of the biggest springs for Arkansas because it is actually just the majority of it's on Arkansas. Okay. One of the biggest freshwater springs, pardon me. And it has water so clean coming out of it that you can literally stick a cup down in it and drink it. Okay. And I know I've done it a million times. I've drank gallons of water straight out of that spring. They now have National Guard all around it. Why? Just saying. They're moving them into strategic places. Okay. Yeah. What's military going to need if they go into operations? They're going to have fresh water and food to eat, right? Well, you go take one of the biggest natural springs in the central part of the United States and take it under your control. Guess what? You got all the natural water you want, and it's a 1.5 billion gallon an hour spring. That's how much water comes out of that. It literally starts a river. It don't start as a creek. It literally starts out as a river, and it's called the Big Springs River, and it's huge to start. So.
Yeah, see, another thing that they're doing here, which I also forgot to tell you, Places where people actually order the 15-litre bottles, they are now stopping people from buying as many bottles as they want. It's down to 2 bottles per person per order. So yeah, that's another thing that they're stopping as far as water goes, because they're saying that people are going to need water, which I question that. Do you know what I mean? I question that, because on one side the utilities aren't closing and you don't have to pay your utility bill, utility meaning power, gas, yada yada. You don't have to pay for it. So why would there automatically be this thing about water if the water is still going to keep on coming through the tap?
That's what I'm getting at. That sounds like more strategic setup for military. Just saying. I'm just saying. Because
So
the military's going to have their fresh water and they're going to have their food.
there's a lot of questionable stuff. You know what I mean? I'm still not buying it until I see people dropping dead around me and people being carted off to hospitals and stuff. Then fine. Then I'll turn around and say, well, okay, now we've got a problem, okay, because I'm seeing it. But there's a lot of things that I have questions to. Like I said, the second payment, the water factor, just things like that, you know, just things like that.
That's fine. I don't care if he is. He'll lose his channel soon enough. I don't care. He's a stupid idiot moron. He's been warned, and I got the snapshot to send him. So fun now. I'll have the last laugh, especially when it comes to A Balance and him. I'll have the last laugh, I promise you. And that's as far as I can go with that.
I mean, what's quite hilarious, I actually heard something last night that made me laugh, that the small business money that they're given out, right? It's quite a large payment, okay? It's quite a large payment. And you don't have to make any repayments or whatever for 6 months. The thing is, what some of these people, I was told about one particular person, what they're doing, because they have a self-owned small business, they don't have any workers per se, they're going to take that money and they're going to buy property outside the city. So the government, I mean, nobody said what you can spend it on, right?
It's supposed to be a stimulus.
Well, it's stimulating this guy because he's heading out of town to buy property with it.
Hey, I tell you what, if I get what they're saying, they're going to, the possibility of what they're going to give, and I had the ability to get that, because I won't, because I'll be working all the way through this, as far as I know, because of being in a food source, things like that. They ain't shutting us down. We're a life essential. Okay. But if I was able to get what they're talking about, possibly giving, and it seems like they're leaning more and more too, I'd go out of town too and start getting some property outside of town. You're saying.
Yeah, but see, they're not giving like the lower income, the ones that have lost their jobs and all the rest of them now, they don't have enough still to move. Okay. They still don't have enough to move. But from the small businesses up, the amount that they're giving them, it's enough for them to purchase property.
Wow. That's freaking. See, that's insane there. That's really insane.
Because my thing was, to that person, I said to my sister last night, I said, you need to send a message to that person. If he's seriously thinking of doing that, he needs to get out of the city ASAP. Because if they do a radius, a lockdown radius around the city, he won't be able to fucking move, because they will have every road covered out. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there, but I'm curious to see what goes on. And also, too, I say to people, don't rely on your family. I'm not saying everybody's family is shit, this, that, and the other. But times like this bring out the worst in people. Sometimes it brings out the good in people, but a lot of times it brings out the worst in people. And don't think that because you have family that when it comes to the crunch that they're going to feed you or that they're going to pretty much get you out of harm's way if need be. And that's what I'm seeing here. That's a big thing that I'm seeing here.
See, that's something I've been trying to preach to these people, and people don't want to hear it. They
Oh,
think,
they
oh, humanity's the best thing because that's what they've been told all their life. Okay. It's been drilled into their head. Humanity's the best thing. I even believed that until I started seeing things with my own two eyes. Okay. And yes, a freaking hurricane is small scaled compared to this. And I was told that don't mean nothing because of the scaling of it. No, the scaling don't mean shit. It's what you want. What you need to understand is the scaling. Actually, it does mean shit because now you're on a bigger scale with a hell of a lot more fucking people that are acting like what I said. Okay, not all I saw was Mobile Bay, Alabama. Okay, and freaking Miami Homestead area. That was small compared to what this is. This is a whole fucking United States, and other countries as well are going to go through the same thing. You now have 100 times more people doing the same exact thing as what these people were doing in that small scale. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they need to that's what they need to understand. I have no time for DDT. Sorry. I will later. And it ain't going to be on his panel. It'll be to get his channel shut down.
But that's seriously what people need to look at. You know, you can't say, well, I've got a bit and my rally's got a bit and that rally's got a bit and that rally's got a bit and we'll get together and, you know, everybody, some people just turn totally the opposite and they'll go, well, fuck you, you know, you should have gone and shopped when you could have, what, I'm supposed to give you my shit now.
Yep.
You know, it's like I said, it brings out the good in some people, but in some it brings out the fucking worst.
That's why I keep telling people learn a little bit of survival skills. That way you can depend on yourself and not others. Yeah.
Mate, listen, I've looked at my situation. I could just as sooner get in my vehicle. I know people down south, okay? I could get in my vehicle, head down south, go to a farming property that is well out of the way of everything and say, hey, you know, can I camp out here or whatever? They would allow me to do that. I just can't walk away from my bro. So I know that I'm stuck here. And for me to be stuck here, I mean, I've been like transferring plants from the back to the front, whatever, because I'm going to start putting seeds down to grow my own shit. Even if it's just potatoes and pumpkin that's filling, it's, you know, they grow pretty quick, whatever. If I have to put them indoors to get them going, I will. But I'm just looking at all of this and thinking this is not going to be short term.
Yep.
This
Same
is not
here.
going to be short term.
See, I was very lucky in the way, honestly, I think I'm lucky because of the way I had to grow up until I was like 10, 11 years old. We poached our food. Okay. I learned tricks on how to be quiet out in them woods, not give away your position where you're getting food, whatever, how to get it. I'll employ that when it comes down to it. Okay. I know how to make a fish trap. I know how and hide it in a river. Okay. So no one knows where my fish trap is. Okay. And I come back and I got fish sitting in my trap. I know how, and not use a fish pole because guess what? That fishing line's only going to last so long and then it's ruined. It'll start rotting. It's made to rot now. It's made to go bad. Yeah. Okay, John Doe. You just keep that. You just keep telling yourself that as you're the one dying trying to eat, trying to figure out which root is going to kill you and which one's not, and you eat the wrong root. Just saying.
I mean, like the lady that used to live behind me, she's Aboriginal. Most of her family lives in a town way outside of Perth, probably about a good 3-4 hours drive out of Perth. She said to me, she goes, if shit hits the fan, because we used to sit over coffee and just talk about her people and how they get about without vehicles, like through the Northern Territory and whatever, you know what I mean? Where they find food and yada, yada, yada. This was way before all of this fucking started. But she said to me, she goes, when it comes down to it, she goes, overnight, she goes, my people will just disappear. She says, we will just walk off into the night. We don't need the government's pension to survive.
Yep. And that's the same with a lot of Native American people that kept with their heritage.
Yeah, that's why the government fucking hates them. That's why the government does to them what they do to them, because they are the only ones that know how to totally and absolutely survive without any form of income or handout from the government.
Yep. You're right. You're right. And again, I'll say you're right because right here, it's all native indigenous people that have kept with their heritage and their beliefs and their knowledge get handed down to them from 10,000 years ago. And same with the Aboriginal people there. There's several places throughout the world that they still believe in the same things from 10,000 years ago and they passed down the knowledge and kept passing down the knowledge and kept passing down the knowledge. So people knew how to survive when it come down to it and push come to shove.
Absolutely, mate. They didn't have washing machines. They didn't have fucking cars. They don't have microwaves. They don't have anything that is computerized. They don't have anything that can be turned off on them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Apart from taking their life, right? There is nothing that the government can do to hinder them from eating, from drinking, from moving freely through the bush. Nothing.
Yep.
I mean, she was telling me, like, with some of them, because they're obviously not all good, you know what I mean? Some of them, and she admits it. She goes, but that's in every race that's of people. She says that if some of them want to actually go stealing or whatever, she goes, they're not going to walk down your driveway. She goes, they will go over the roofs. She goes, that's how quiet they are, that they can literally move over the roof from roof to roof, and you don't know they're there.
Yep. And people know, and same as our people, you know, it's like we know how down, especially down there in them swamps, or any swamp for that matter, which there's swamp area around here. And I noticed it ain't much different from down there, except for there's no cypress trees around here. It's all marsh. It's like the marshlands down in Florida instead of the swamplands, but it's all freshwater, so it's swamp. And there ain't no different. I can go through that so quick where everybody, there'll be people finding muck spots and falling through it. They'll find quicksand areas and fall through it. I know what to avoid. I know what to look at, and I know what to see to get through that. And I'll be through that marsh quicker than anybody that you ever seen.
Because she even said to me, she goes, you know, that if I get stuck up here and I want to get the hell out, she goes, you know, you're always welcome. She goes, just catch the bus down. She goes, and stay with us. She goes, you know, you can stay with me in my parents' home because her parents were still alive and whatever. But yeah, when it come down to it, she says, my people will just walk off into the night.
You're right. I believe it. I believe it. I can tell you now, there's places on some of the reservations I went to that some of them people ain't even talked to white people and have no white anything influence in their lives. Literally.
Yep.
A lot of these people see what's up front and say, oh, yeah, they get it. They get it. There's some that don't choose not to even want to deal with white civilization.
The thing is, they've been all chastised and abused and fucking harassed to the point, and I totally agree with them, to the point where, like you said, if need be, they will put a face on for the Wadjala, which is what they call a white man, okay? They will put a face on for the Wadjala, but would they stick up for the Wadjala? Hell the fuck no. They defend their own people. Like I said, my neighbour, she's not my neighbour anymore because they moved her to another place. But when the government here needs to talk to the elders that live out in the bush, meaning up north from me, the elders will not talk to them. They will not talk to them. They actually get her, they pay for her plane fare, right? All accommodation, whatever, and they go with her. When she talks to her people, the Wadjalas are not there. They have to sit X amount of feet away, and she then asks her people, she was telling me this, she goes, my people come first to me. She will ask her people, what is it that you want?
Right.
And when they tell her what they want, that's when she goes back to the Wadjala and says, no, you're not doing that. This is what you're doing.
Right.
And she like said to me, she goes, because she works in not in cahoots. Cahoots is the wrong word. But if the police need something or whatever, they will call on her. Stuff like that. But she tells, she's open with them. It's not like she's lying. She goes, listen, if you're going to do a raid somewhere, she goes, I'm telling you now, I'm ringing them and I'm going to warn them because they're my people.
Well, see here, they have to get permission to even come on. Period. From the elders. And if you hear anybody state otherwise, that person either came on there illegally and was damn lucky they were not caught, or they're lying through their fucking teeth. I know the rules, I know the regulations. Even a federal marshal has to ask permission from the elders to come onto their property, onto their land, whatever you want to call it, to even question an individual. And then, depending on what the crime is, which may cause you here in a white society to be in jail for the rest of your life. Their beliefs are different. Some of them beliefs are different. Some crimes you can commit out here will get you thrown in jail for the rest of your life. Some that same crime by the Native American belief you might get chastised. You might even get switches across your back, things like that. But you ain't going to jail, and you ain't getting anything more than that. Okay.
I can tell you one thing: the Aboriginal people are not fighting over fucking toilet roll.
No, and I guarantee you, neither are the Miccosukes, the Seminoles, the Choctaws, Chickasaws, and all them over here either. I guarantee you, not a damn one of them. I'm sure the Iroquois ain't. The Mi'kmaq, the Mohawk, all of them. I guarantee you, none of them are whining and crying. They ain't got no toilet paper.
I mean, she said to me, she goes, sure. She goes, if the government wants to give us a house to live in, she goes, we're not going to knock it back. She goes, we'll take it. Yeah. She goes, but we don't need it.
Do you know what the Miccosukee did when they came in the 1970s and built them a whole bunch of houses? They sat there and turned them into chicken coops and still lived in their chickees.
Exactly. Some of this is not so much now. I mean, I don't know if they still do it down in the country, but when they were trying to move, which they had no right to do, but when they were trying to move the Aboriginals that live further inland, which a lot of, and you can tell the difference because the ones that are kind of growing up around the city, whatever, they're like either half caste or whatever. You can see that there's a bit of white in them. Okay, like for example, my neighbour, me being European, I'm darker skinned than she is. I look more Aboriginal than she does. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But The ones that live right sort of inland, they're as black as the ace of spades, right?
Right.
Because
Mhm.
I didn't know this until I was moving into a different suburb to where I am now.
Mhm.
And I spots a couple of them walking down the road, and I said to my mate who was helping me, I says, holy shit. I said, they're Aboriginal, aren't they? And she goes, yeah. And I said, when did they get so fucking black? I'd never seen it, Tammy. I'd never seen it, mate. Okay.
Right.
And she says to me, she goes, oh, Donna, she goes, they're the ones that they bring in like from that are heading more into the bush, more to the centre of Australia, that have been living in the bush most of their lives. And I'm going, so what the fuck would have made them like leave that and come here? She goes,
Mhm.
no, at one point they were literally being forced. And they were being offered these homes, we're going to give you the home and we're going to give you this and we're going to give you that. Anyway, one night I hear this kerfuffle in my backyard, or the noise was coming from the backyard. And not wanting to go out and turn the fucking light on to have a look or whatever, somehow my bathroom window happened to kind of be focused like right out through the back door or whatever, so I could see over the fence because I was a little bit higher than the house behind me. So I could kind of see over the fence into their yard, right? Dude, I think that they must have nicked all the friggin' branches and whatever out of the neighbors' fucking yards or whatever. They had this bitch ass huge fucking bonfire going on. They'd obviously been drinking, right? Because they were drunk. I'm talking the fucking arguments. You fucking bitch, I'm gonna fucking smash you. I'm in the bathroom watching this. I am pissing myself laughing. They're literally chasing each other with friggin' branches around the fucking house, okay? Wanting to obviously hit each other. I mean, that was the best friggin' night I ever had in that fucking house. Like the best entertainment. But yeah, no. I can also tell you, as far as polite goes, when they used to walk past my house, I am talking mega polite, never disrespectful. I never expected them to bow down to me. You know what I mean? Because they're no different to what I am, but totally different to the ones that were brought up in the city. The ones in the city, they will abuse you. They will come into your face and say, give me a cigarette. And if you don't, then they start abusing the fuck out of you. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
But these ones, no, I'm talking mega friggin' polite, whatever. But yeah, I listen, they've got every right. Like I said, their kids were stolen from them. They have this stupid ass day here in Australia where they call the Sorry Day, which is where they were taking all the children from the Aboriginals or whatever. The fuck are they sorry for when they're still doing it?
Right.
They're still doing it to them. So what the fuck are you sorry for? Let's all take a day off. We just don't know why.
There was just another way to have a day off from work.
Exactly. That's right. But yeah, that's why they hate it, is because they don't depend on the welfare checks. I mean, if you want to give it to them, like she said to me, the government wants to give it to us, that's fine. We're not going to say no. We'll take it. She goes, but my people will walk off into the night.
A lot of people believe in that way that are Native Americans here. I don't, because my people have never, ever signed a peace treaty. And except for, I'll take that back. One time we did, and they never held up to their end of the bargain. So we feel as though there was never a peace treaty signed. If one side don't hold up to the bargain that's made, and the white people didn't, they came in 3 days later and slaughtered 800 women and children and old men right after signing that treaty.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think, you see, so what did we sign? We signed, it was just as good as the toilet paper people are seeking after now. That's all it's good for, is to wipe your ass with. Okay. When you do something like that, it was bullshit. It was a lie to trick the people. And then 2 days later, kill 800 women, children, and old men. And the reason that I say that, because they waited until most of the warriors were out hunting to provide for the women, children, and old men of the village. that left them alone, except for supervised by a very few small handful of younger warriors at the time, and they slaughtered them. They came in with 5,000 to 800.
How they're doing it here to this day.
Yeah.
And she was confirming it, okay? She was confirming it to me. She was saying that first off, you know, they gave them alcohol.
Mhm.
And then they started giving them drugs. Started giving them access to weed. Then they
Mhm.
started getting hooked on that. Then they gave them something else. They started getting even more hooked on that.
Right.
Just before she left, just before she moved properties, she was saying to me about how there's a town outside of Perth here. The whole complete lot of police that were there were pretty much taken out of that town, and a whole new lot were put in because somebody found out or whatever, that the weed factor and any drugs like that were not coming through anymore. What was being brought through correct me if I'm wrong, is it fentanyl?
Is that the fentanyl is what was is the drug that was used to help killing people left and right. Yes.
Yeah, can people die? That people can die from that. That's like morphine, isn't it? Right. So they were bringing in fentanyl. She said to me, she goes, what do they think that this youth is going to do if they can't get a hold of somebody's pills or you know, weed or alcohol or whatever? They're going to turn to that.
Mhm.
But she also knew, she goes, Donna, that's how they're getting to us. She goes, that's how they will literally eliminate our youth, is by they got them hooked first, and now they're giving them shit that can literally knock them off.
Yep. And that's why some have chosen to move off into the swamps, like down there in the Everglades and in the Miccosukee areas, Seminole areas, the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Iroquois, some the Blackfeet and all that, some Micmac that I know. They all just decided to move away from all of that and to try to avoid their children from even being exposed to it now. You know, they've literally.
Yeah, I grew up, Tammy, with Aboriginal people. You know what I mean? My dad having living in a farming community.
Right.
My dad had a huge farm, and obviously when it was time to shear sheep or whatever, like he had 2,000-3,000 sheep. You know what I mean? This wasn't just a few little sheep. So he obviously would bring help in. And rather than bring, obviously, the shearers, majority of the shearers were whites. Very rarely would you come across Aboriginal shearers, although her father, it turns out my neighbour's father was one. But so Dad would pull a caravan onto the property or whatever, make sure that he gave them a sheep, and Dad would knock off a sheep or whatever, make sure that they had food, and Ma would supply them with eggs and this, that, and the other. So they would just like round up the sheep for Dad and put them in pens and stuff like that, and keep it moving on that side of things. So I grew up with Aboriginal people, you know. I mean, my ma never said to me ever, nor did my dad, you know, you can't go down there, or don't go down there and play with their kids, or this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? So they've never sort of really worried me. But yeah, I tell you what, my advice to people is, if they've got any kind of Native American heritage in them, and they've got relatives or whatever that still have access to, you know, those places where they sort of live, get in touch with them, go talk to them, talk to the elders, find out what it is that they know. This is a good time to catch up on shit. This is a good time to learn how to fucking survive.
It is. It's a very good time. Actually, it should have been a good time before now. Like I said, I've been very lucky on the way I had to start out living my life, and learned out how to do stuff to survive to begin with, and know what roots and what foods and things like that I can eat, how to prepare them, because there's certain things you got to prepare it right or it's going to make you sick, you know, but it's edible if it's prepared right, but it'll make you sick if you don't prepare it right. Things like that. I got to learn all that at a very young age, and then I got to be in the Native American community and pretty well isolated into the Native American community for almost 20 years. Okay. So I got to learn a lot, and I didn't have all this other stuff cluttering my brain while I was learning it as well. So it actually stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Where,
absolutely.
right. So I was very lucky in that aspect of my life, and I consider myself very privileged in that aspect. Where a lot of people think they just can't comprehend when that you can live without power longer than 2 days. Yeah, things like that.
I mean, hey, listen, I'm telling people, invest in a Kero lamp, invest in some candles, think outside the box. Don't just run for fucking toilet paper. Don't run for baked beans. Think about, if there's no utilities, what are you gonna do? And it's not like it's a waste of money, because hey, if you've got a gas stove at home, how do you think you're gonna cook if there's no gas?
Right.
You know, or if you don't have matches, how are you gonna fucking turn it on? If that's the only way that you can actually turn your cooker on, you know what I mean?
Right.
People have got to start thinking outside the box. I mean, me and my girls, we share this kind of information on a daily basis. Like, I'll drop messages in Skype, and so do they. I'll say, you know, get yourself the candles. Don't buy those, they burn quick. Buy these. Have you got enough matches? Have you got enough? All that kind of stuff. Like, forget the shampoo, the deodorant, the fucking soap powder, the dishwashing liquid. All you have to do is go out and buy Velvet soap. Velvet soap, my ma used to use that all the time when we're in the farming community, because you can use that in the kitchen, you can use it on your body. It is safe for all three places. Do you know what I mean? So instead of wasting your money on all of this fucking junk, right, go out and buy boxes of Velvet soap. Forget everything else. I mean, we share this shit constantly. Like, if I haven't thought of something and they have, they'll drop a message in Skype going, Ma, have you got this? You need to get some of this, and yada, yada, yada. But we're trying to think outside the box, because people will get to a stage where they've hoarded that much food that they can't hoard anymore. And then they're going to start attacking the things that I just talked about. So we're going the opposite way. We're buying the stuff that people aren't thinking about, so that when all the crazies decide to remember, oh, fuck, I need that, we're already stocked up on that, then the food will be back on the shelves and we'll just go buy food.
Right.
I mean, because there's no point at the moment trying to outrun people from store to store. I'm just not going to fucking do it.
Right. I agree. You can look on different sites. It's still up. They haven't taken it down, which I'm surprised with what they're trying to do. There's a thing, it's called the soap plant. Okay. You can dig it up and use the root, and it'll clean you just like soap. That's why it's called soap plant. But in the white man's tongue. Different Native Americans know it in different names. So they knew that 10,000 years ago, though.
Exactly. But the thing is, though, the older generation knew what they were doing. Like my ma, obviously, when they went into the farming community, they didn't there was no fucking microwave. There was no this, that, and the other. You know, it was wooden stoves. For mum to do washing, you had the olden day washing machine, you know, the one where you literally to squash the clothes to get the water out of it, you had to stand there and turn the handle. That's the thing that my ma had. But to wash the clothes, she would get Velvet soap. She would literally grate it or shave it, into what we called a copper, which is your big ass pot, and she would chuck like sheets, bed sheets and stuff like that in there, bring the water to the boil, which obviously would melt that soap, and she would like leave that to boil for a minute or two, and that would clean it. She had the widest fucking sheets, you know, this side of the fucking equator, and that's
Mhm.
just from soap, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Without
People,
a sorry,
and
go on.
and do you know how easy it is to make what they call lye soap? You know, all you need is rendered down fat from an animal and ash from your fire. You let it coagulate. You got freaking goddamn after it's rendered down, and you mix it all together. Yeah, freaking let it coagulate. You got lye soap. That's
Yeah.
lye soap. That's how easy it is to make. But people don't even know that.
It's sad. It's sad, and we were talking about this yesterday. You know that the majority of the younger generation, if shit really gets nasty, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's nasty already. But if shit gets really nasty and everything literally gets turned off, and there's nothing available anymore, the younger generation will not know how to survive. They just won't. The ones that had parents that bothered to teach them, or grandparents that bothered to teach them, they will do all right. They will do okay because at least they have some knowledge. But the rest of them, they're going to be looking for their mobile phone. They're going to be looking for that ready-made pizza. They're going to be looking for that can of baked beans. They're going to be
When
looking
you
for ready-made food.
when you walk up to kids straight out of college with PhDs and ask them where does a chicken nugget come from, they don't even know it came from a chicken.
Well, actually, Tammy, can I correct you on that? I don't like correcting people, but can I correct you on that? Have you ever Google searched how a chicken nugget is made? Mate, when you see it, I don't think you're ever going to stick a chicken nugget back in your mouth.
Well, I worked at a plant that made them. I know there are some out there at least made by chicken nuggets out of chicken. And no, it ain't a beautiful sight at all. I
Because
know
the
that.
thing that I saw, the thing that I was shown, it's like this big pinkish colored, gross, the texture is thicker than cream just coming out of this big ass machine. It resembles gunk. It doesn't resemble chicken. It doesn't resemble anything
No,
that you want to fucking eat.
because they what they do is they actually add a material that makes it last. They actually gellify it when they make chicken nuggets. It's like almost like a jello, and they add that substance that makes it turn into a jello for making it. It's a preservative, and you're right. It is nasty. I just saying. I I've seen it. At least that's where. At least at Tyson, that's what I seen, and that's who I worked for was Tyson.
Oh, you know, another thing too that came to mind yesterday that I was laughing over, and I know kids that have done this. Is it still done to this day? I would pretty much bet my fucking life on it. Places where you go through the drive-through, whether it's Macca's, whether it's Hungry Jack's, whether it's Kentucky Fried, well, not so much Kentucky. Well, no, they've got the burgers too. Kentucky Fried as well. I mean, how does anybody know if somebody has actually spat in their burger? Now that this is coming down to a virus spreading, how many people are still going through drive-throughs that have no idea whether those kids, because mostly it's kids working in those places, whether they wash their hands, are they spitting in the burgers as a joke?
Right.
And another thing too, people say, oh, you know, you've got to take precautions, like, you know, even put a mask on, this, that, and the other, come home, wash your hands. But people are not looking at one thing. All the shopping that they did, how many people have like come home and wash every fucking can? Because when
It
you
ain't.
stop to think how many people's hands have those cans and every item on that shelf, how many hands they've gone through before they actually get to you and then to your home. So even if you come home and wash your hands, you're still going back to those products that you bought that other people have fucking touched. Do you want to go?
Yeah, I agree.
Do you want to leave? Tammy?
Huh?
Do you want to go? It seems like whatever's
Oh
been
no,
put.
I'm actually doing something I should have done a long time ago. And now that I found out the information, I have found out I am definitely doing it now. And if you see DDT or any of them, I would suggest you do the same, and that's to ban them from your channel. Because they're going to, they don't know, they know what's going on with them, and I don't have to air it over the internet just to say they know they're in trouble, and that's why they're doing what they're doing right now.
Because I don't mind if you wanna go leave and sort it out or whatever it is that you want to do. I mean,
Oh, I'm not even going to associate with them at this point. That's why they're being banned from my channel immediately. I will not associate. I will not talk to. I don't even want to really say their name. I'm done. So that's the type of trouble they know they're about to get into. So just letting you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people do that to each other. You know, it's just a
I didn't
waste.
do it. They did it to themselves.
Yeah, just a waste of time.
They're the stupid idiots that keep fucking with people out here on the internet. They're the ones that keep screwing up, not me. They did it to themselves, and I didn't even have to do a damn thing. They did it to themselves, and I didn't make a phone call. I didn't do nothing, but I do know, except for I found out some information. Goodbye. They're going to put it this way. It won't probably be too much longer, and they're goodbye. You'll never see them again, for at least for about 20 to 40 years. You might get to see them in that time.
See, this is the thing. A lot of people, unless they've had drama on the internet and they've been forced to actually seek help, they don't realize. I mean, everybody says the internet police or whatever, but, and I found this out ages ago, okay, ages ago, because I used to have a website, and this guy that helped me make the website, he wasn't in my country, but he pretty much said, you know, no dramas, I know how to do the website or whatever, I'll help you, whatever. He waited until I put all the content in there because he had no content. I used to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning so that we could pretty much, like his time, my time, whatever, so that we could talk about, you know, this is how I want it to look, yada, 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 yada. Did all of that. I go to log into the website one day to add more content. I can't get in. So I send him a message and I'm going, dude, what's going on? You know, is there something wrong with the server or whatever? I said, I can't get into the website. He goes, no, you've been locked out. And I'm going, what do you mean I've been locked out? He goes, oh, it's not your website, it's mine. He waited until I loaded it up with content, all of my content. I don't mean somebody else's pictures or articles from, I mean articles that I literally wrote, right? Anyway, I thought, no, you fucking don't, you son of a bitch. Because to me, when that happens, I'm going to make it my life's mission to fuck over your life. And if that means having to lock you up, I will. Because I'm bored, see? And I wait for things like that. Things like that get me excited. Anyway, I ended up literally writing to the server. I emailed the server that he was using, and I said, this and this is the case. I can actually prove to you that that is my content. This is where we are now. You need to shut that website down. And then I wasn't seeing anything happening there. So I starts Googling and Googling and Googling. And what do I come across? A website that actually belongs similar to kind of like the World Wide Web police.
Mhm.
So then I wrote them an email, explained everything that happened, literally put in there, added as attachments, proof that the stuff in there was mine. The next thing you know, not even 2 days later, website's gone off the internet.
Wow. Yeah, so
Website
I ain't even doing.
It took him forever. I know, and I'm pretty sure, I don't think he would have, he wasn't the sort of person that had the intelligence, I don't think, to go on the hunt for somebody, you know what I mean? But it was random, I think, on Facebook that he found me, and from there, he must have followed me. I mean, this is going years back now. And he followed me to the new website, because see, what we did before I reported him, because I didn't know how to make a website, and I had a friend with me who said, you know, if we can pull most of that across, we're saving ourselves time. So I knew when he was in bed, okay? I knew his sleep time. So I waited for that, got a hold of my mate and said, now's the time to do it. We found an Aussie server, hoster, whatever, yada, 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 told them, this is where the website is, need you to pull it across. They go, yep, no dramas, you don't have to do anything, we can do all of that. Never told them why, okay, because I thought they might turn around and say, well, we don't want to get involved in that, right? I just said, you know, the website's there, planning on leaving that server or whatever, want something Australian-based. Anyway, they pulled across as much of that website as they could, right? Then I had his locked down. In the meantime, we'd already pulled most of it over to Australia, okay? And that's when my mate finished off the website. I put the content back in, named it something different, because obviously I didn't want memories of what the prick had done, named it something different. He follows me to the website and he leaves me a comment. And he goes, oh, how dare you, blah, 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 blah. I turned around and I said, dude, I'm going to tell you now, I'm blocking you so that you can't come into this website. I'm not going to be an asshole like you who waited until I deposited all of my content in there and then you just block me without telling me. I said, so I am now giving you fair warning. As soon as I am done writing this comment, you are going to be blocked from here permanently. And I said, come back anywhere near this website. I says, I'm going to fuck you over more than I did the last time. Never heard from him since. And I thought, it's out there. You just got to look for help when it comes to you know, finding out who's who, who's done what, who lives where. And then most of that is compliments of the USA government.
Yeah.
Wasn't even the Australian government that you know, the website that I used wasn't even the Australian website. It was United States.
Wow.
I mean,
That's
mate,
something.
there is a website, okay, that you can go to. If you pay, obviously you get more access. If you don't pay, I pay for nothing. Okay, I don't pay for the nada on the internet.
Right.
But you can go there, and all I need is to find out your real name. Once I've got that, I put that into that website for free. It will come back not only of all the phone numbers that you've had, all the addresses that you have lived at, right down to your family's phone numbers, your family addresses, right down to your fucking fingerprints. Compliments of the United States of America.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, that's cool. That's nice to know. I'll be right back. I need to go check something out.
Okay.
Dang.
Well, I don't know if I want to talk to people in chat, just in case there's anybody there that does want to converse. I'm happy to converse. I know it's Tammy's chat, but, you know, if you're going to be an asshole or ask me stupid questions, then, yeah, I'm just going to ignore you. But obviously Tammy's not here, so I'm going to try and keep everybody occupied, being the nice person that I am. which a lot will disagree, but that's okay. You know, that's all right.
It was a definite. It was early, but it was a good April Fool's fucking prank. Oh my God. He's like, damn, my TV, it just quit. Look at this shit. I go out there up on the screen. I mean, it looks fucking real. That it looked like somehow the TV shattered and it's sitting there going, I'm like, you better turn that bitch off. It's fucking short now. That motherfucker, he's got a damn fucking program on his TV that looks like it made the TV look like act like that. I was like, you fucker.
Hey, Community Media News. How you doing, mate?
Hey, Community Media. How you doing, buddy?
But yeah, it's. I hope for everybody's sake, you know, that people, especially if they've got children, and I don't care who it is, you know, I'm not an asshole. I try not to be an asshole to people. I hope everybody ends up having enough food and whatever for their families. I really don't want to see this get any worse, because if it does, it's not going to be good. You know, especially when it comes to you guys, because you guys are the ones that have got the guns. I mean, people will have to. They will come after the guns in trade for food.
You know, one thing I keep hearing, oh, we're outgunned. Yeah, we're outgunned. Guess what? We proved one thing. Yeah, the guns have changed and everything else. Well, they said the same thing back during the Revolutionary War here in the United States. Look what the fuck we did. Okay. I ain't worried about being outgunned and all that. Because I do know when it does come to push to shove, which we had to go to push to shove then, we have an unbreakable resolve. And you Australians, if you have, I guarantee you, if it comes push to shove, you got an unbreakable resolve that will not allow it to happen.
Yeah, sadly, I think though, Tammy, when it comes to kids and food, sadly, yeah, I beg to disagree. Only on the basis when it comes to kids and feeding children. If you can't find food for your kids, you're gonna trade. You know what I mean? We'd all like to turn around and say that we're not going to do it, but when you got kids that are crying because they're hungry.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, I agree, but that's why I keep saying learn to live on your own, to where you don't have to worry about that shit. And your kids ain't going hungry.
The thing is, gone is that time though, because again, I ask the question of people: can somebody actually tell me what they mean when shit hits the fan? What needs to happen so that we can say, well, okay, shit hitting the fan is here now.
The shit hit the fan. The shit hit the fan a long time ago, shortly after World War II. If you want to know the truth, in my opinion.
So when people say,
that's why when I grew up, my dad, even though he was a jackass and an asshole, he hit me with 2x4s and shit like that when I was growing up. At least he took the time and the opportunity to teach me how to survive. Okay. He knew the shit had already hit the fan. All the Native Americans knew it.
Okay, but looking at today, when people refer to when shit hits the fan, I want to know what that shit is, because if
the problem that most people have is they don't understand, because especially here in the United States.
Yeah, no. What I'm asking is when people refer to shit hitting the fan, does that mean when the nuclear bombs start dropping? Does that mean, what does that mean? Shit hit the fan.
If nuclear bombs are dropping, you're dead anyway. So that's way too late. No, what I'm getting at though is, unfortunately, especially like here in the United States, we've been fed humanity's the perfect thing. Humanity's everything. The humans are the best thing to walk the face of the earth. Okay. And I'll tell you now, I'd rather be out in the woods and I trust what an animal's going to do way before I will trust what a human will do, because I know that panther over there or that cougar over there, same cat, just in a different place, by the way. That cougar over there is hungry. He's going to jump my ass and eat me. So I know I'm either going to have to kill it or I'm going to have to get away with it. I know that's exactly what that thing's going to do. A human, you damn well don't even know what the fuck a human's going to do.
Exactly.
Okay. I trust animals way more than I trust humans. Okay. So that's why also I love the woods more and learned to live in the woods. And take the time to even test myself about every 3 years, a good test on it. I was willing to do it not too long ago when you heard about my bike ride, right?
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about trying to take that bike all the way through the Appalachian Trail up to here. Okay. Well, other things happened. I needed to get some money together, things like that. You see some stuff was getting ready to start percolating, start going bad. So needed to get some money together so I could get some nice stuff to start with. So I got it a little bit easier to begin with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my lazy side coming out. Okay. It's a lot easier to go catch a duck or something with some fishing line than it is to go catch that duck with having to strip down, take the time to strip down grapevine and make it into strands to turn it into a rope to do the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I bought certain things like that, right? Make it easier so I can build my shelter easier and quicker and have it done. I can have whatever I need that cut off that much more time to let me have that ability to do. And that's why I did it. And so that's why it didn't take that opportunity. Okay. But I did take the opportunity right after my mom's death, starting in December. Actually, it was the last day of November, going into the first day of December, to start going down 3 rivers in Arkansas: the Big Springs River, the Black River, to the White River, and I ended at the Mississippi River. So we're 300 and I think that's 372, 373 miles of river. Okay. Took me 3.5 months to go down that because all I had was a little semi V bottom flat bottom John boat and a paddle. Okay. And the Black River is slow, very slow. There ain't no rapids. It's pretty deep river. It don't move fast. So needless to say, it took me a long time to get through the Black River. The Big Springs River, at first I was moving like nobody's business. Getting to the end of it, when it starts emptying into the Black River, it's slow. So that's why it took me so long. I have to admit, I had a few little extra things that I wouldn't have I still have one of the things, but I'd had a few little extra things there that made life a little bit easier. And to begin with, yeah, you can have that stuff to make life a little bit easier, but you got to remember, it's going to go away. Time deteriorates nylon, and that's what most tents are made out of. Oh, I got a tent. Yeah, that tent's going to last you about 4 months, and then you'll be able to put your finger through it and put your finger, literally go boink, and put your finger through the tent because the nylon's done deteriorated. Okay. And the more sun it gets, guess what? The quicker it deteriorates too. So people need to keep that all in mind. Oh yeah, I got a tent. Big whoop-de-doo. It ain't gonna last long because it's made out of nylon. So you're gonna have to know how to build that lean-to shelter or permanent shelter, whatever. You're gonna have to know how to do all this. And that's why I keep telling people, if anything, just take 4 hours worth of reading time a day and learn it. But as far as, see, that's why I said I'm lucky I got to learn all that, and I tested myself on that, things like that, because I know I can employ every bit of my knowledge when it's needed to be employed. Okay. So or upload or however you want to say that.
Yeah, utilized.
Utilized. Yes, there's a better word. Utilized. Yes. Yeah, I can do that. Um, the I hear. Okay, good, good, good. What if this is like you're saying a long term thing? Your long term, you ain't got it. You got to know how to tan a hide with the brain of the animal if you want clothing, or you can go naked. I wouldn't suggest going living out in the woods completely naked. That Naked and Afraid. That is the stupidest show I've ever seen in my entire life, and they prove it every time. By they don't know they are getting tore up by freaking skeeters, or getting tore up by bugs, or getting all sorts of exposure and everything else because they have no clue. That's the stupidest show I ever seen. And you ain't going to tell me that that's how that went. You just, especially unless they grew up in it and knew and their body was used to it. Okay, to go to a foreign country and go into a different thing your body's not used to, and then say I can survive that. That's also damn near impossible as well because everything's different. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got spiders and snakes that'll kill you. They're stone cold dead in a matter of seconds. Most of our spiders and snakes, they'll make you sick. You might need to chop your arm off in the long run because it just ate up the meat too bad, whatever. But 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna die from our spiders or snakes.
Mate, can I please tell you, the other day I was out in the garden and I was moving 5 of these potted trees that I had planted, right? Because the birds love them. For some odd reason, they just love them. So, as I said to you, that I'm moving stuff around as far as the garden is concerned. And this particular tree has got prickly leaves on it. So, of course, I've got it on my trolley and I'm carting these trees out to the front. And, of course, they're poking me. They're poking, the leaves are poking my fucking arms, this, that, and the other, whatever. So I'm not really paying attention to it. I'm thinking just get them out there, get them out there, get them out there. Anyway, ended up like finishing my gardening, whatever, had a shower that particular night, went to bed, got up the next morning, go into the bathroom. Mate, on my stomach, this thing must have come off one of these bushes, okay, one of these trees, and I wouldn't have felt the bite because, like I said, the leaves on this tree were prickly. So I was ignoring the fucking prick here and there, right? And the size of this bite on my gut, I'm talking if you connected your 2 middle fingers and then your 2 thumbs and turned it into a circle, that's how red it was. I'm talking angry looking as all fuck. Obviously, dead smack in the middle, you can see where I've been bit, like there's 2 tiny little holes, right? I could not get over it. I'm thinking, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what the fuck was this? Now, I know it's obviously a spider. What sort of friggin' spider to cause that much bloody damage? I don't know. I've still got it on my stomach. It is going down. It is getting better. How long it's going to take, I don't know. But that was just from suburbia, from moving trees that I had in pots. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. And I know you got that funnel web spider over there that can kill you in a matter of seconds. And you got several snakes over there that'll kill you in a matter of minutes. So,
and see, I was even careful. I was wearing gloves. When I work with my pots, I always put gloves on because I think if I put my fingers underneath the rim of that pot, I don't know what's under there. You know what I mean? So I always work, if I'm in the garden, it's usually always with gloves on. Did this thing come off one of the trees that I didn't see it and obviously crawled on my clothing? Did it come up the fucking trolley? I don't know, but yeah. So you just don't know. You don't know.
I'm looking up I'm trying to see if a certain plant grows there that grows here that could actually probably help you with that bite. But it does not, damn it. See, here we got what they call snake button root.
Tammy, can I please tell you, this is going back probably about 2.5 years talking about spiders, okay? And not knowing what the fuck we have around here. I mean, I know the name of the spiders, you know, you've got your funnel, you've got your, you know, redback, you've got the white tail, you've got the yada yada. Do I ever fucking see any of these? I mean, around the house here? No, not really. I mean, if I saw it, I'd kill it.
Right.
I was sitting on my back steps here, had a pair of shorts on, and I'm sitting on the back steps. Didn't even notice. Now, just before I exit the back door here, the carpet, I put like carpet tiles down so it's not concrete because it's easy to keep clean. And I was sitting on the carpeted areas, not like I was sitting on tiles outside or paving or this, that, and the other. Anyway, I noticed later, not straight away, I noticed later something fucking bit me on the ass, okay? On the fucking ass. And I'm thinking, you gotta be shitting me. I was sitting on the fucking carpet, okay? But it was right near the back door. Anyway, I kept an eye on this bite. 12.5 months it took for that to heal because the skin could not heal over. I was as I was like checking it, what was happening was any type of skin that tried to grow over, it was black, it was dead skin.
Right.
So whatever was there was killing off, it was stopping the skin growth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
So
was the poison.
yes, so I had to keep peeling this fucking shit off, placky it with betadine, stick my ass out in the fucking sun, right, to dry off the betadine and whatever and to get some sun to it. 12.5 months later, it finally healed.
Wow. See,
That was
that's why I was talking about snake button root. The snake button root has an ability to draw. And when it draws, it will suck almost all that poison away. I mean, it's a fucking awesome thing here, but it grows here, but it don't grow over there. I was just checking that, and that's unfortunate.
I mean, the brown snakes that we've got here, I've actually heard from people that, you know, if you chase it and the snake heads off into the grass and whatever. I mean, I've literally watched videos and whatever where people are saying, don't be fooled. Like if you see a snake doing that, that doesn't always mean that it's gone. Sometimes what they do it to fool you, and they'll turn around and they'll come back at you. This woman was running from this thing in her fucking backyard. I mean, I was laughing at her because she's screaming like, you know, all hell. And she's running away from this bloody thing because that's the first time I'd ever seen a snake chasing a human being, you know?
Well, down here, over here, we got a snake called the Black Racer. And that's some gun, you can chase that thing and then it'll turn around and chase you right back. You chase it. But they ain't poisonous like your damn brown snake is, though. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Right. So that brown snake can fuck you up, where the little Black Racer don't freaking mess you up. You know.
And the thing is, what people don't realize here too, a lot of city folk don't realize that if they do head bush, the snakes that are found on the odd occasion in suburbia, which don't belong in suburbia, but that sometimes are found, are not as big as the ones in the bush. This one particular farmer, he actually saved himself, one, because he had a medical kit, and two, he was pretty much capable enough to I think it was get back to his farm, get back to the farmhouse, and I think they had to fly in to pick him up. He reckons that he was on his trail bike, checking fencing or whatever, and he didn't see this fucking snake, this brown snake. He went over it. As he went over it, it came up, bit him. He reckons that he's not a small man, like that he has got big fucking hands. Right. He goes, he almost could not hold this thing. Like there's no way his fingers went around that snake's neck or whatever. He says it barely went halfway. He was struggling to actually control this thing. That's how big it was. So everything in the bush is fucking 4 or 5 times the size of what you see in suburbia.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. See, that's about though, like out there with the rattlesnakes, you know, a lot of people only see rattlesnakes like this in the what you call it, suburbia, the city or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Out there in the woods, it's not uncommon to come across one that's 8, 9 foot long. And don't think they don't get that long, because you can go look at the new state record for Florida. That was the 15 3/4 foot Eastern Diamondback that was killed just down the road from where I lived in Perry, Florida, 2 years before I moved from Perry, Florida into Dixie County. So that was a new world's record on an Eastern Diamondback. So yeah, it's not uncommon to see them that long out in the woods, but in the city, they ain't foot, maybe 1.5 foot, and they're about as big around as maybe my middle finger here. You know?
Yeah.
And that's it. You know, they're so it's interesting that you had that analogy there, because it's the same here in the United States.
And see, people don't realize the more property that is cleared, I mean, where do these animals go? They head for suburbia. I mean, there was one poor bastard here that stuck his hand down a friggin' plumbing pipe. He was fixing somebody's water pipes. Stuck his hand down, got fucking bit. She was in the fucking water pipe, of all places. But that's what happens, you know? The more land that is cleared, those animals have got to go somewhere. Where do they go? They head to suburbia.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, they ain't got no other choice, because now you've turned what they had into suburbia. And they have no other choice.
Exactly.
It's not uncommon to see deer around here in the middle of freaking downtown Harrisburg. Literally. Not Harrisburg, Hershey, excuse me. We're driving down the road at in the middle of the night, coming home from work, me and Dan were, and there were deer right in the freaking park, right there in the grassed out area of the damn shopping mall, eating.
Actually,
Okay.
somebody yesterday played a video. I don't know where it was, but apparently these particular monkeys are classed as being holy or something or other, and you're not allowed to touch them. I'm talking a fucking horde. I don't know what the word is for a whole bunch of friggin' monkeys, but hey, that whole herd, mate, is running through the fucking town.
Yep. Yeah. I believe it's called a troop. And I'd have to look that up, but I believe it's called a troop. But yeah, that sounds like over in India, they have a whole bunch of monkeys that are considered sacred, but they think a lot of them believe everything's sacred. So,
Tams, if you want to go at any point or whatever, mate, you know, just let me know.
yeah, I'll probably go here in a second. I want to look up.
So, because I know I kind of get a sense that you want to go deal with some shit.
No, I don't want to go over there. I'm not dealing with them. I'm done talking about them. I am serious. I can't. I will not associate. If I will immediately block them as soon as I find out it's one of their sock accounts. So I can't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just hoping that all of this going back to this virus or whatever, I'm just hoping that this is nothing more than just a few months of isolation for people, because I tell you what, I have a feeling that there's no going back from this, you know?
Yep, I agree. And it is called a troop. I was right. I wanted to make sure.
Cool.
So I was pretty sure it was a troop. It was called a troop. But I wanted to double check. It's been a while since I've referred to a group of monkeys at any given time. I think the last time I did that was back in 8th grade when I was doing a project about animals and science. So that's a long time ago.
Yeah. Hey, listen, that's why I'm thinking, what the fuck was it? I know this one, I know that one, but what the hell was it for monkeys, you know?
Right. Hey, and anyways, the salty rant came back anyway. So what's up, Salty?
Hey, Salty.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, I've been doing podcasting and I've been playing with this application.
And before you even talk about that other group that we've been sort of like in cahoots with, I need to call you.
Not gonna say it.
Yeah, let me tell you before you. I don't want no more spoke about them on this channel whatsoever. Period.
Nope, not gonna give them any credence anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, I will call you and let you know why.
I would appreciate that.
Salty, are you okay? That's a nasty cough you got there, mate.
Yeah, I've had this cough before the coronavirus. I got some kind of upper respiratory, and it's killing me right now.
Yeah.
I suffer from post-nasal drip, and I don't vape. I haven't vaped for at least a couple months. I'm trying to get off the chewing tobacco, and I'm chewing Nicorette gum. I drink a crap ton of water, but I can see 2 or 3 monsters in my future tonight just to stay awake. I also suffer from insomnia and all kinds of other crap.
Yeah.
I'll make it, but some days are rougher than others. Hey, Justin Emo Hollingworth, how are you, buddy?
Well, let me tell you guys, out of it as a joke, I went down to my Chinese fruit and veg guy earlier on today, and he was saying to me, he goes, "Oh, you know, we've got masks now." And I says to him, I said, "Dude," I says, "you do realize that those masks aren't worth shit." And he goes, "Yeah," he goes, "but it's just a precaution." He goes, "You know, it's just a precaution." And he goes, "Do you want to buy some?" And I says to him, I says, "Well, I'm looking at you," and I says, "You're looking pretty sterile right now." I said, "How about I draw a smiley face on the front of your mask?" And he's laughing and he's going, "Oh, that would be good." He goes, "Can you do that?" And I said, "Sure." So he gives me a texture and I start drawing it and I says, "I don't know how good it's going to be, you sucking, inhaling texture in now from the other side of this mask." I said, "But at least you're going to be smiling at people," you know what I mean? So I drew this fucking smiley face on his mask. And then he's saying to me, "Do you want to buy? Do you want to buy?" And I says, "Oh, come on." I says, out of a fucking joke, I said, "I want to buy because on the front of mine, and I just finished doing it, I've written useless eaters, parasites, and terrorists."
Nice. I like it.
So I'm gonna put this thing on the next time I go shopping, and yeah, I'm gonna make out like I don't even know what the fuck is on there.
I like it.
See what happens.
I don't know
And
who that person
I've
is.
got 3 other ones. I just haven't decided yet what to put on those. I'll think of something.
That's funny. That is so funny. Oh my God. Yeah, could you? It does make you wonder how much that stuff he inhaled that came from that marker did affect him.
Oh, actually, that's another one that I'm going to do. Silence is consent. That's what my banner is on my YouTube thingy. There you go. Damn, I can't do it with texture. I'm going to poison myself.
There you go. There you go.
I've got to think what I can do it with.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna jump in the shower, so I'll try to answer the phone when you call.
Yeah. All right.
That's it. Time.
Well, I am probably going to go ahead and shut this down, though, and it ain't because I want to go over there and mess with them or anything. It's called. It's 11:30 at night, and I got to be awake at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, thanks for having me, mate. Thanks for asking me on.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. It was a great talk. I enjoyed talking with you, just sitting here.
If you lost any people, I apologize.
I don't care.
It's
like
always
I said, you've been a friend of mine for 2.5 years. I ain't turning my back on you now just because you want to go to someone else's fucking stream. if that's the case, I would have turned my back on News Now Canuck. He goes to other streams that I don't particularly care for, but I love the man. Okay. News Now.
Salty, take care of yourself, mate. Try and get yourself one of those. What is it called? Those inhaler? Not an inhaler. Yeah, an inhaler. It might help you.
Well, I'm taking 4,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day, so maybe I need to take more.
Yeah, I would get an inhaler, mate, because what it does, it opens up your lungs.
There we go. I'm back.
You don't have to use it continuously. So I would invest in an inhaler and try it. As in one of those puffers, you know what I mean? The puffers. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, I'm gonna love yous and leave yous, and I'll catch you next time. Yeah.
All right.
Take care.
Yep. And like I said, you're my friend. I ain't gonna turn my back on you.
Cool, cool, mate.
Y'all have a good night. Good talking to you, Perk. Y'all have a y'all be safe out there. That's all I can say. Be careful. Don't get sick. Try not to, at least. Do your best. Do not get sick. All right. That's all I
I'll
can
wait for
say.
the call real quick, and then I'll jump in the shower and I'll talk to you.
All right. I'll make the phone call right as soon as I end the broadcast. Okay. And
Take
y'all
care.
have a good night. Talk to you later. I am out.